I would like to welcome you all to this of on Syria. As you all know, Syrian Revolution has completed its 10 years. As we talked yesterday, the destructive effects of the continue, and we haven't come up with a solution. Of course, internal actors during the process do have important positions. Besides that, external actors failed, so they do have serious roles. Their inclusion and involvement in the prolonged process. Involvement or non-involvement of the external actors prolonged the process. For this reason, this is one of the most important elements of the Syrian revolution. That's what I wanted to touch on this matter on the second day. In this very panel, the role of external actors in the Syrian revolution is the topic. Bassam Barabandi is from Middle East Institute, is from the USA. We do have Oytun Orhan from ORSAM, Levant Studies coordinator, and he has been focusing on Syria for many years. And from Iran, we do have two important speakers, Mohammed Abdülmecid and Sabir Askeroğlu. With these four names, and if you do have any contributions later on, we will try elaborating on the topic. First of all, I would like to leave the floor to Bassam Barabandi. He's on the place and it's late there. Let's listen to Bassam Barabandi first. Thank you very much.
والساعة السادسة تقريبا صباحا. شكرا جدا للدعوة. سأبدأ بالحديث.
It's not late here, it's very early in the morning. I work in Syrian embassies in the United States. And I do many different tasks in this regard. Okay, Western countries and other countries, how were they involved in the Syrian revolution? When the protest started, I was in Washington. I can give you some information. What happened in the United States when it started, what Assad regime did. This crisis started with Arabic Spring. Zainab ibn Arab in Tunisia burned and Mubarak was toppled, then Yemen, and then it disseminated to many other countries and Syria. Syrian people wanted to say stop to this regime because they were suffering from torture and they didn't have any other option. There was one man only, and there wasn't anyone else against opposing him. Therefore, many people started to protest the situation and wanted this to change. Then it became a very big war. A couple of weeks later, regime started to massacre people. They started to use arms. It was a peaceful revolution, but regime powers didn't let them, and they reacted very badly and violently. After outside, along with the United States and Bashar Assad, can stay on power, but some internal issues have to be dealt and some reforms have to be made so that we can stay. As you know, Syria has a Hezbollah connection with Iran. They were cooperating and they wanted to people, they wanted to manage the people by force. That's a big tyranny. They said that Islam will come to management, and they were concerned about that. But people were thinking they were freedom. And for they were not trying to be made in a free environment. And still would be within constitutional framework. The people should express themselves in a democratic manner. That's what Turkey's offering. However,
ذهبوا إلى سوريا
all these hopes the critics, they're just people came to security experts came to Turkey. They listened to the recommendation, but nothing changed. They didn't say anything about and it happened in Syria. From Iranian perspective, they were
ببدايات الثورة بشهر
didn't want Iranian weapons to send Hezbollah, and if any other party on power comes, then this weapon transition would happen. So Iran supported Bashar to continue weapon trafficking. They didn't respect human rights. They killed people violently. They detained them. Iran defended itself. They needed to have time to defend people, and they needed to use Syrian territory to be in direct contact with Hezbollah. Iranian experts came to Syria. Şimdi iyi mi efendim?
المشكلة معي
Tamam.
من عندي
المشكلة ليست من السيد بس أنا أسمعه بشكل مسترسل، يعني المشكلة ممكن من الترجمة.
فكانت هناك يعني هذه 4 دول رئيسية كانت كل منها لديها نظرة
These
مختلفة.
4 countries were involved directly in Syrian Revolution, and they contacted the regime directly. As you all know, Iran was very close to the regime, and they really worked hard in Syria. Then Hezbollah came to Syria. It was calm at the beginning. They entered the country secretly from Humus, and they started to settle in very different locations. Turkey, till then, they were in contact with the United States, and they came up with a recommendation to solve this problem. And the ambassador of the United States was still in Damascus, and Turkey asked him to put a little bit pressure on Damascus administration, but the United States remained almost silent. Obama once said Assad should forsake the power, and Obama said so. Syrian part started to be worried about that, but it wasn't realistic. They didn't put any pressure on that. It was a sentence uttered by Obama. There wasn't any pressure. In order for Bashar Assad to forsake the power or stop massacre, but the United States didn't put any real pressure. They were only having oral warnings, verbal warnings. They didn't do anything concrete. At the same time, Russia Federation started to come. Bashar Assad invited Russia Federation, and then they were involved in the process. And Russia started to take control of some regions, especially Hamimi, and they supported the regime. The United States didn't show its power, and Russia started to sovereign in the region. It was clear that the United States was taking advantage of this conflict. This problem was no longer an issue of reform because people asked for their rights, they want their freedom of speech, they want to express themselves, they want to select their president themselves. So things have changed. At the beginning, the wishes were different, but then the wishes have been transformed into the framework of freedom. What about Arabic countries? What about Turkey? How were their positions? Everyone was waiting for the USA. They were expecting a sanctuary policy, but United States didn't do so, and they remained almost silent. And the incidents have been deepened, and it became very, very dangerous. It affected all the neighboring countries negatively, of course, because of the migration, terror issues. It created many conflicts. 10 years later, Syria has been divided into parts. Turkey on the northern part, Israel on the southern part, PKK on the northern side, Russia in coastal area. Inside there's Iran. Everyone is there. It is in pieces. Syrian issue right now is far from being a constitutional issue. If new constitution is established, this problem is not going to be solved. It's not enough anymore. And the control has been taken by many, many countries. And as long as they don't leave the territory, this problem is not going to be solved. Russia would like to continue its existence in the Mediterranean. They don't want Turkey to be sovereign. You know these issues, but I want to repeat. Turkey wants to struggle against the terrorist groups, especially against PKK. But when you have a look at Russia Federation, their wishes are different. Therefore, existing forces right now are not there to protect Syrian people or to provide security. All the actors, all the actor countries should come together and come to terms. And after external actors leave the country, then constitution should be established, and then free democratic election. It can be the solution because there's Daesh, ISIS, there's no security. Syria is in pieces. Therefore, it's a difficult issue to solve, as you can imagine. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you very much, Bestan Bey. He gave us an outlook about the role of external forces, roles in Syrian crisis, USA, Turkey, Russia. Now we will proceed with Oytun Bey. Thank you very much. As you stated, Hasan Bey gave us the general framework. He summarized very well the roles of all the external actors. I would like to put the topic from the perspective of Turkey. What kind of Syria Turkey would like to see, and Turkey's effect on the solution in the field and political arena. Of course, I would like to give some background information first, because when Syrian crisis first started, it was of different position, different quality. Turkey's priorities were different. Back then, Turkey was trying to force Assad regime to quit. And in that scope, political, military, financial precautions, all of them were applied by Turkey. Back then, maybe there was a wrong misperception. I think Turkey wanted to collapse, total collapse of the state, because, we know Iraq example just in front of our eyes, and the security risks. Turkey is still dealing with these risks. And Turkey is trying to deal with that for the last 20 years. Iraq with terrorist groups, PKK, ISIS, they're getting stronger, and it's instability. And a similar thing in Syria would be catastrophe for Turkey. So it turned out to be a civil war later, and then the security threats similar to the one in Iraq. And depending on the changing condition of Syria, Turkey tried to adapt its recommendations and actions. And while doing so, Turkey didn't forsake previous wishes. There are a couple of reasons. What changed in Syria? We are on them, but the terrorist organizations started to gain power, and they are active in the border, one-sided sovereignty was proclaimed by them. All of them were threats to Turkey. And Turkey's priority has become security and started to attach more importance to the security issue. Of course, the quality of the issue has shifted from political field to military field. Then Turkey started to focus on border security, struggling against terrorist organization, one-sided sovereignty proclamation, struggling against them, and all of these issues brought military force to be taken. I would like to elaborate on Syrian situation. First one is the change in internal actors. At the beginning, Syrian part, there were only them, but within time, al-Qaeda as a threat, or out of state actors were, and the military wing of the situation become dangerous. And Hezbollah came. Second one, United States and the coalition power interfered with Syria, and they continued with YPG, and in 2013, Russia's intervention. Of course, Turkey's stance changed accordingly. United States power is coming to our borders. Another ex-superpower is now in our border, and they became your neighbor, and they, in a way, and they start to establish bases. And another topic is the of people migrated, and they migrated to the regions under the control of Turkey. And many Syrian people migrated to Turkey and Europe through Turkey.
Evet, kusura bakmayın. Kamerayla ilgili yaşadığım bir sıkıntı nedeniyle.
I had a technical issue, sorry. Mass migration movement. The first target was Turkey. Right now it's 3.5 million. These are still numbers. Of course, Turkey's perspective changed accordingly. What are the new priorities of Turkey? The first one is struggling against terrorism. ISIS threat was eliminated. At least it's not a strategic threat at the moment, but PKK is in the eastern part of Tigris, and they would like to have a political structure. And of course, this is a threat for Turkey. Therefore, struggling against YPG is one of the priorities of Turkey. And then the migration movements is important because if it's possible, Syrians within Turkey should go to Syria if the conditions are provided. Necessary conditions are provided. And the priority from today hasn't changed for Turkey. A political solution. Turkey insists on political. The role of Turkey. Let me finish by
kendi sınırına yakın bölgelerde İdlib ve
in Idlib, ISIS there's Turkey has a serious Idlib issues. Important. Turkey is not looking at Idlib from the risks of a mass migration. Turkey would like to create secure environment as temporal line for the security. Therefore, it's a serious priority for Turkey to provide security in Idlib. It tried to stop operating with part, and he sent
And Turkey's goal in Idlib, just like in other secure zones, is to in fact have legitimate structures such as Free Syrian Army. They want to turn it into a totally secure zone without the presence of any external forces. This is what Turkey wants to do. And the military capacity that they have on the field right now would be sufficient as far as I think, but of course there will be some challenges from the side of Russia or Iran because they are so decisive in coming up with military solutions. I believe that Turkey is going to have an increase in capacity in Idlib and secure zones, just like I said, is an important impact zone of Turkey, such as Barış Pınarı or Fırat Kalkanı zones. Syrian National Army has also been backed up by Turkey for many years, so this is also increasing the military capacity in the zone on the field. Of course, there are some unstable terrorist attacks by YPG, by ISIS. Russia is also attacking, but Turkey is trying to keep its position in the region. So in the northern zone, we can say that there's an effect if there is a strong Turkey aiming to protect its status quo, aiming to struggle on the field. And along with Russia, I believe that Syria's future is going to be formed by these two very important actors. Of course, the conditions in the country in Syria is changing as well. This is why they are trying to. This is why Turkey had to had an engagement with Iran, but Turkey acted as the guarantor of Syria. They also want to have a more comprehensive solution side of Geneva, and I believe that Turkey is a strong actor, and they will always be a side. So very roughly, I want to talk to you about what Turkey wants in Syria, and I will finish my discourse. So our expectation is to protect the status quo, the existing status quo in these regions. New military operations or new attacks from Russia or Iran or by the regime, this is what we want to prevent. And we want to have, Turkey desires to have a political solution. And on the eastern side of Euphrates, we can say that Turkey is not happy with the status quo and they will have some moves in order to change it. Mainly it will be political, diplomatic moves, but if necessary, of course, we can still talk about coercive measures such as military operations. Turkey had some agreements signed with USA and other countries, and it was about YPG's withdrawing from the borders. Fine. And in recent times, they have also seen some examples of coercive measures taken by both countries. So in the eastern part of Ukraine, we can say that Turkey didn't have a satisfying picture so far. So I will end my speech right now, and I would like to thank you all for listening to me. I would like to leave the floor to other speakers. Thank you very much, Mr. Oytun Orhan. You very well described Turkey's position and its side of everything. In the upcoming periods, of course, Turkey and Syria has some priorities, and you evaluated all of them very well. Now we are going to continue with one of our other panelists, Sabir Askeroğlu from Iran, from Center of Iranian Studies. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much. I would like to start by thanking ORSAM, Mr. Ahmet, Mr. Oytun for inviting me to this panel, and I would like to salute all participants. I will be talking about Russia's Syrian policy mainly. As you all know, from the very beginning of Syrian crisis, Russia has always been one of the most important actors. And in recent times, during Astana Process, for instance, during Geneva Process, Russia has always been a very important actor in order to get stability in the region. But of course, they also played an important role when it comes to deepening the crisis. In the beginning, about Syria, of course, Russia had its own interests, and this is how they acted, they moved. And in 2015, they very comprehensively been involved in Syria's internal policies. Before that, they were helping with weaponry and they were trying to stop military operations, to prevent military operations. But again, along with their new involvement, they had come up with totally new policy about Syria. Of course, this intervention by Russia has been triggered with with the objective to keep Damascus government alive, to protect them because it was about to crash down. And second reason for Russia to intervene was their previous strategic relation that they had with the regime in the past, and to become an active player in the region. And they wanted to, of course, become a part in the Middle East. They wanted to protect their hubs in Syria. But right after Ukraine incident, the Syrian crisis became a cooperation point with USA, with West. And Damascus regime and Iran militia wanted to take control over Turkey's border, and this is how Turkey got involved as well. They wanted to create a threat against Turkey. But the Syrian crisis up until today had evolved a lot. And of course, Russia changed its policies within the same context. The intervention of Moscow in Syria created a totally different vision. And they wanted to carry out successful military operations. They wanted to challenge USA. They wanted to show that they are one of the few powers who is able to challenge the USA. But today, we can all see that Russia is one of unsuccessful actors in Syrian crisis. We cannot say that they reached their objectives that they had in the very beginning. So actually, in the present situation, after the involvement of the regime, of course, it teared down the country in all ways, economically, socially, in military-wise. In Middle East, there were some strategic actors as well, and Russia tried to become one of them. They wanted to have closer relations with important forces in the country, and they became a proxy power. They became a tool, if I may say. They became an instrument. And it also became a financial burden on Russia's soldier. The Damascus region became an economic burden on Russia's shoulder as well, because Russia is also in charge of military operations of the regime along with Iran, because they don't have any air forces, they don't have maritime forces, both of them are under the control of Russia. And economically speaking, it also, just like I said, became a burden And Syria's economy was funded by Russia's own sources. And of course, it's also affecting their own economy in the country. Another factor is the following. One of the reasons for Russia having problems in the country is that they are linked. Even though they are linked to Russia, the Damascus regime is linked to Russia, they are not doing everything they want them to do. So they wanted to have an agreement. They wanted to have control, or maybe a reform, a political reform in the neighboring areas of Damascus, but they cannot make it accept. So Damascus regime is not doing what Russia wants. So it's also another problem for Russia. Another reason for that is that Damascus regime has made Russia a proxy power, just like I said, but same goes for Iran. Iran made the same thing. Iran also is an important power, and they are also linked to Iran, which is also making Russia to get what they want harder. So I cannot say that they have been successful with their objectives, with their goals. Syrian policies or Syrian air forces had made some operations, but the costs were very low. And humanitarian loss was also very low. I mean, the loss of soldiers, but they said that it was very effective. It was one of the processes that changed the Syrian war, that gave Syrian war a different way, a different direction. But within time, we have all seen that Russia is not only working with air forces, but they also want to reduce the impact of Iran in the region, and they are working with soldiers, with paid soldiers. And of course, it increased the cost of the war for Russia. Even though they're talking about small numbers, with the military interventions of Russia for the last 5 years, we can say that they spent approximately $25 billion. This is what the rumor is, in fact. And another advantage maybe for Russia is that they had their military hubs, and they are in charge of, in control of some strategic points in Syria. As you all know, they have Hamimi Air Hub and Tarsus Maritime Hub. These are two very important strategic points. And they also have some other hubs, some less important hubs, but we can say that carrying out successful operations in the zone, or maybe Russia using these hubs as logistic ones, just like we have seen in Libya operations. It has been used a logistic hub for Khomeini, or for instance, for African Republic, they also intervened with higher soldiers, with soldiers of fortune. They tried to use the bigger hubs they have in Syria, but these strategical points of Russia, which are under their own control, it was just a picture, in fact. Even though it seems like they have control over them, if they want to have a functional and secure, a healthy operation, if they want to carry out this operation in these ways, they need to have a better relation with Turkey. When Turkey shuts its air forces down, shuts its policies against Russia, it also becomes another problem. And this is why Russia tries its best to keep these hubs as functional as possible, and it's totally related to its relation with Turkey. This is why they need to have close relations with Turkey. Of course, it can always be discussed by Russia. And another point is, of course, one of the most important objectives of Russia's intervention, which is to prepare a common ground with West in order to get stability in Syria. They wanted to have meetings with Damascus regime, and they wanted to discuss, they wanted to have common grounds with, in terms of fight against terrorism with West. Even though they started Geneva Process with USA, it also failed, and it was because of changing policies of Russia in the country, in the zone, and Syria and Russia couldn't have any cooperations with Western countries via Syria. This is another reason for Russia to not being able to reach their goals. So Russia tried to intervene with Turkey's policies, and they wanted to get closer with Ankara. And another problem again is about their relations with Iran. In 2015, after their intervention, they started to have a stronger cooperation with Iran. It turned into a strategical partnership, as I have heard. It was against their constitution, but their relation got stronger and stronger. But within time, again, it started to change as well. And it also has different reasons. Russia and Iran wanted to have more impact on Damascus regime. They wanted to be in charge of Syrian policies. And of course, it created competition between them too. And another competition is mainly about the zone control and economic resources, financial resources. It's not only about struggle or fight against terrorism, but also it's about the use of hired soldiers for natural resources in order to protect natural resources such as natural gas, etc. But Iran was also trying the same thing. And as we all have seen afterwards, it started as a struggle against ISIS with the USA's intervention, and then in the eastern part of Euphrates, they got control over the natural resources. And of course, it also created a conflict between those countries. Russia and Iran had serious problems, and they wanted to get closer with other actors in the region compared to Iran. For instance, Israel became one of the actors that they got closer and closer, and they want to keep it that way. And in order to keep stability in the region, they also wanted to involve Israel to this process. The presence of Iran in Syria, such as their military hubs or air operations, were also confirmed by Russia since 2006. They had a cooperation. There was a cooperation between Israel and Russia ever since, and it's also one of the things that disturbs Iran. Iran wants to have peace between Israel and other Arab countries, and they wanted to have mediation. But again, it's also one of the things troubling the relation between Iran and Russia. Can you please wrap up, sir? Sure. Of course, in the current situations, Russia is facing all those problems, all those challenges. And they need intelligence as well. They want to keep their presence in Syria, such as their military hubs. They want to have control over Syrian regime. These are main two goals, and they want to keep it that way in the longer term as well. But from the very beginning, and as of today, Russia's strategies, in fact, were not very effective. They weren't able to produce functioning strategies. They didn't know how to do that because they were facing some obstacles. One of them is the risk of conflict in Idlib because of terrorist factors in the region. And on the other side, in the eastern part of Euphrates, USA's control is stopping Russia from having peace in the region as well. And these are, of course, one of the most important reasons. Another one is the following: Syria's economic and social collapse turned into a huge risk for Russia, and they are trying to get over it by using different tactics. As we have seen in recent times, they wanted to become more involved in the regime. Especially after USA's resolution taken last year, they wanted to eliminate the sanctions on them. This is what they tried to do, but under current conditions, we cannot say that they had been successful. And Russia, in fact, is trying to make this process work, but they don't know how to do that, to be honest. Thank you very much, Mr. Sabir Askaroğlu. It has been a very enlightening discourse on Russia. You shared very important information. As we all know, you follow Russia very closely, and you can evaluate their success level very clearly, and you shared it with us. Thank you very much for that. Of course, Russia will remain one of the most important actors in Syria, of course. And even though if Assad stays or goes, they want to keep their presence in the region. Our final speaker is Muhammed Abdulmejid from Center for Iranian Studies as well. So the floor is yours, sir.
Mikrofonu açabilir misiniz? Mikrofon.
Can you please turn your microphone on?
عذرا كان الصوت مقفلا على ما يبدو.
تمام.
بداية نشكر لمركز أورسام على دعوته الكريمة. حيي السيد رئيس الجلسة والزملاء.
First of all, I would like to thank ORSAM for inviting me to this panel. I'm going to talk to you about Iran's role in Syria. And I would like to talk about the period before 2011, before the beginning of Arab Spring. It was an important turning point, as you all know, and we need to look further in order to comprehend better. Iran was one of the countries who was afraid of these new developments. Arab Spring, and after the establishment of Islamic Republic, there was a green revolution, as we all know, and along with Arab Spring, in the beginning, they didn't want to take it seriously, in fact, because they also had troubles in their own country. These riots, these uprisings, they tried to turn them towards different direction, and they put the blame on other countries, on Syrian uprising or Saudi Arabia. They said that it wasn't a natural uprising. It was due to Syrian or other rebellious people. Since they also had a border with Israel, and they were also on the route going to Hezbollah, it gave them a very important location, a very important position. The presence of Iran in Syria was mainly about protecting the Shiite in the region, and it was a gradual presence. And I said that the war was going to start in Iran, and Iran's strategical goals, as well as their involvement to keep Assad on the regime, was to keep this resistance alive. And since its allocation going up to Mediterranean, Syria becomes more and more important, especially for the exportation of natural gas. So in the beginning of the revolution, Iran claimed that they were supporting peaceful solutions, but they acted totally differently. Syrian people knew that as well. Just like Mr. Bassam Barabandi mentioned, Iran used snipers and military weapons to support the rioters. In 2009, the uprising in Iran had started, and they wanted to oppress all of them. Ahmet Najib from Iran said that the incidents in 2009 and oppressing them was due to security that they had in the region. But Hamadani, just like he oppressed the Green Revolution, they used the same way to oppress the Syrian uprising. And it had nothing to do with Syrian Revolution. We also have seen terrorist attacks, terrorist incidents. These were all artificial uprising. Of course, Iran and Syrian regime had a cooperation, and the regime's policies used all these incidents as excuse to make violence legitimate. Baba Anwar incidents in Syria was the first incident that they intervened. It was in 2012, and according to Hamadani's confessions, Assad in 2013 was at the end of the way. He was convinced and he wanted to leave Syria, but he tried to continue under the pressure of Iran. So these claims prove that Iran had a huge responsibility in Syria. They played a huge role. This is why, in fact, some cases have been opened in order to have a legal sanction on Iran by the side of Syria. This pressure, of course, failed to stop incidents in Syria. And Syrian regime, if they knew that they could stand still, Russia and Iran was not going to be there with them. But we all know that with Russia's intervention, they wanted to pacify the present forces there.
إيران ماذا فعلت خلال هذه السنوات؟ منذ البداية أصرت إيران على بقاء الأسد في السلطة، لأن إيران تعتبر أن الأسد أداة ضرورية لتحقيق مشروعها في المنطقة وأن سقوطه سيقوض.
But as we all know, the main purpose was to keep Assad within the government. So when if Iran were to withdraw from the region, they needed to have a much simpler policy. This support granted to Hezbollah, in fact, was a huge threat for Iranian people. This is why we are talking about a red line here. We're talking about a very sensitive point. So Assad's leaving was really important. We know that there wasn't any social power in Syria. Just like in Iraq, their presence in Syria couldn't be possible. And Assad, during his father Assad, didn't have such a power either. So Iran's presence in Syria was totally linked to Syrian regime, to Assad's regime. And if they wanted to keep it, they needed Assad. So Iran knows that Assad is very weak now, but they don't have any other option. This is why they have to keep this option alive. So up until now, we can say that Assad doesn't have any preparation for the upcoming periods because he also knows that Iran is between Russia and USA. And if they don't make any decisions on Assad's presence or leaving, Assad will continue to stay in the government. So they also want to be present socially, so they try to carry out cultural studies in recent times, as we can all see.
Organization, but this
it's
is not only for
Shiites. It's not only against Shiites, these conflicts.
Because
and
lately we know that
we all know
apart
that
from
there are also other ethnical groups.
They know they also participate in such organizations. This policy might be successful in the middle run, but it doesn't look like that it will be successful in the long run. Therefore, they started to get involved in many ministers and the other institutions. We know that they started to be involved in the Syrian parliament in order for implementing their long-run target. They need to be in good relation with Syrian people. Iran had some humanitarian support action as well, and they had some effort to change the structure of the society. They wanted to create Shia society. They set up an university and they provided scholarships for the students to study in their own country. And this soft power of Iran started to increase lately so that they can have a role in the future of Syria. At the same time, we all know that they want Syrian people to like them. Of course, many agreements have been signed between Syrian regime and Iran, some of which are strategic agreements. Iran tried to get Laskia port as well, but these projects and agreements are not going to continue in the long run. The moment Assad leaves, these agreements will be off.
دخلت إيران إلى سوريا على مرأى
We
ومسمع من
also need to talk about Israel and about Iran. Iran entered Syria in front of the eyes of Israel, and Israel didn't stop it. And Iran thought that they were very strong, and they believed the fact that Israel was not strong enough to stop them into Syria. But Israel has targeted the Iranian bases in Syria many times. Israel alleged that they wanted to weaken the presence of Iran in Syria. They targeted the Iranian presence in Syria with air attacks, but these Israeli attacks didn't weaken the existence of Iran in Syria, but Iran is not that strong, but Iran has presence in Syria, and this presence can resist these attacks.
الحاصلة بين تركيا وروسيا مرارا هي تعلم أن أي حل في سوريا
Iran's presence was accepted as well, and Iran knows that any kind of solution in Syria is going to affect their existence in Syria, and they are trying to take part in all the political solutions, and in such platforms and agreements, Iran is trying to be a part. And before the revolution started, Iran tried to resist. And now they're trying to object to any kind of political solution. But in the new perspective, we can say that Iran doesn't have any place.
Conclude in a few minutes.
ببضع ثواني سأكمل هذه الفكرة. أنا أرى أنه من المستبعد النظام إبعاده عن إيران.
And the financial crisis, I think, stopping Assad to continue, Iran, if they don't take any action to decrease their military existence in Syria, the financial crisis is going to get worse. And I believe that Iran's presence in Syria is not going to last long. Thank you very much for the presentation about Syria. And of course, we have very limited amount of time because we're going to have a panel after us. I have a question for Bessam Bey. Bessam Bey is following American more closely. What we want that, along with Joe Biden, is that in the United States policy area, along with that, the Democrats, how is the attitude against the policies? And third question, between the United States and Turkey, there are some different opinions, in Syria, like PKK, YPG. This problem, can it be overcome, or is it going to create a deepening crisis between the United States and Turkey?
Microphone, please.
طريقة تفكير الإدارة الحالية هي ليست تفكير إدارة عقد صفقات، بمعنى أن بل هي إدارة هي فيها شيء من إدارة ترامب، بمعنى أمريكا أولا، أمريكا هي القوة العظمى، أمريكا تستطيع بالنسبة للأزمة السورية، سوريا مبدئيا حتى اليوم كل منطقة الشرق
to have good relations with Russian Federation, but in foreign policy of the United States, Syria is Yemen file is more important. They're looking for a solution for it. And in Lebanon also, they would like to have a political solution. What they're trying to say is that they would like to leave the Middle East, but Syria is a bit different because the Syrian dimension is that deep for them. But I think what they're saying is not reflecting the reality. Syria is a very, very serious issue. Idlib brought them face to face. United States offer a political solution, but Syria is not a priority for the United States right now.
كامل الصلاحية والثقة بالناتو، بمعنى أنه يختلف أو يبتعد عن روسيا، ولكن بنفس الوقت يدركون بأن جزء كبير
wants Turkey fully commit to the policies of NATO and take them to get away from the Federation, because they know that Turkey's priority is the existence of PKK. They can live as 400, but they can't stop struggling PKK against PKK. But in the short run, Turkey might change their approach about Syria, about Idlib, for example, in terms of humanitarian aid and reconstruction of Idlib. Maybe Turkey can be support. And the second of all, protection of the borders. But I don't think that the United States is going to give concession about YPG, because the military representative of the United States was clear about that. And its sensitivity is well known in the arena.
هي خروج عناصر البي كي كي، الرؤساء الزعماء خارج سوريا، دمج بعض الأحزاب الكردية الأخرى. يعني أعتقد أن الأمريكان يدركون الحساسية. هذا
there might be some commitments about PYG. The United States know very well that PKK is of utmost importance and sensitivity for Turkey. Turkey is not going to forsake the position in that regard about PKK. About Astana, and along with smaller negotiations, those delegations, small delegations, might be gathered together. Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iran, all the related parties can be gathered together around one table, because Syrian issue is now an international issue, and we know that Syrian people don't have any impact on anymore.
أعتقد أنه يجب أن يكون هناك مؤتمر
And
جديد للمعارضة السورية يتم فيه انتخاب
I
قيادات
believe that the opposing party should be restructured, new leaders should be elected, and new generation should be represented within a new opposing party. The latest development have to be reflected. A new voice is required because there are new realities out in it, and these new developments need to be represented because they're not represented right now. We don't have an answer to this question. What to expect from Syria, or what to expect from the future of Syria? We don't have the answer. Russia Federation and PYG have become more issues in Syria. Thank you very much.
Bey'e de sorularım vardı. Biraz ekonomi bağlamındaydı.
Actually, maybe next panel about the financial measures of the Syrian issue, we will go deeper in financial. I'm going to ask about it for next panel. I'd like to explain the panel. I would like to thank the participants to participate in a TV show and the panel show. So I would like to panel thank Base and Mohammed Bey and all. See you in the next panel. Thank you.
Evet, Şükrü tamam mıdır her şey? Bir sonraki paneli buradan mı yapacaksınız yine?
Devam ediyor.
Tamam, şu an bitirdik.
Hocam dün aralıksız devam ettik de hani şu an katılımcıları bekleyeceğiz.
O zaman tamam. Diğer hocalarımız gelecek.
Aynen hocam. Aynen hocam. Şu an bakıyorum gelen yok şu an. 10 dakika geldiler herhalde.
Tamam, ben dedim hazır olalım diye bir tık erken bitirdim. O zaman tamam, ben de birazdan yaparım, katılırım yine.
Tamam hocam. 10 dakikamız falan var yaklaşık.
Tamam, sağ olun.
الله صباحك بالخير أبو سمرة.
صباح النور دكتور، تحياتي.
أهلا ومرحبا.
صباح النور دكتور كرم.
ما بعرف صباح النور لصباح الخير لمساء الخير، أنا الساعة عندي 9:30 المساء.
أيوة كيف؟
والله مساء الخير لك يا كرم، كيفك؟
خلي لي إياكم. تحياتي دكتور عبد الناصر.
الله يسلمك.
حبيبي
مرات أصلا.
Samir Hocam,
Buyurun.
bir katılımcı daha mı gelecek ikinci oturum için?
2 kişi gelecekler ya. Murat Aslan var moderatör olarak. Bir Halit Türkavi var. I think.
Var hocam, geldi. Hocam
Bedir Mustafa olacak.
Şeyin duyurusunu yapabilirsek, bu interpretation kısmından hangi dili duymak istiyorlarsa onu seçmeleri gerekiyor.
tamam katılacaklar. Bedir Mustafa, Bedir Mulla. ها يا أخي لا تضل تغير اسمك بدر، شو عرفنا فيك؟ ضل بس مراد أصلا.
يعني غير الكيمياء الواحد بس الاسم.
لا بدر يعني بس إنه
والله نفس الاسم بس. السلام عليكم.
سلام.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
بس انتم مصرين تاخذوا اسم الفيسبوك يا اخي، خذوا الاسم البحثي يا.
تكرم. موجود حضرتك معنا؟ بدر افتح الكاميرا خلينا نشوفك يا اخي.
يا اخي انت مارست سلطاتك علي وما عم بقدر افتح.
يا بدر افتح الكاميرا لو سمحت.
يا اخي هذول جماعة عمران هذول كلكم مشاكل.
يا بدر
والله العظيم
صديقي كرم ما تبلى هالابتسامة.
بس دقيقة.
لا عم يحكي نوار شعبان.
لا نوار شعبان.
يا اخي سمير عم يقول لي ما اقدر افتح الكاميرا. cannot fail to start the video camera.
Selamun aleyküm.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
ظليت بس انت سيد خالد موجود حضرتك؟
مرحبا صباح الخير.
بس اذا ممكن تفتحوا الكاميرا تظبطوا الاعدادات وتبلشوا.
هلا كاميرتي هلا شغاله؟
لا مش شغاله، ما شايفك.
بس دقيقة. هلا تمام.
هيك عم نقول لك افتح الكاميرا، هيك تصبحوا بوشك يا اخي.
اوه نور بدر.
اكل بهادل، شو تتصبح بوجهك؟
يا جماعه تقريبا بلش الوقت. اللغه طب اكيد الكل يعرف موضوع اللغه من تحت صار يسموها بالعربي.
سلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. الحمد لله. الحمد لله مشتاقون.
اهلا وسهلا يا استاذ.
اللغه من تحت يا جماعه الانتربريشن. Hocam? Evet. Ve 4 konuşmacı var. Doktor Karam, Doktor Nasser, Doktor Halit ve Bedir.
شو نختار اللغة أبو سمرة؟
من الموبايل داخل ولا من اللابتوب؟
لابتوب عم يعطيني انجلش تركيش عربي.
تمام اختار عربي. بدك تحكي بالعربي؟
ايه تمام.
فتختاروا أي لغة وتظلوا على نفس القناة حتى
Elhamdülillah abi. İyisin inşallah. Çok şükür. İyiyiz abi. Kerim var. Abdullah.
4 konuşmacı var hocam ve moderatör. Yok eksik yok hocam. Halid Bey onun kamerası kapatmış.
Var Şaban olarak geçiyor ama.
Halid el-Türkavi Halid Bey.
Hocam interpretation herkesin
ve Türkiye.
Murat hocam siz de seçebilirsiniz, siz zahmet. Interpretation kısmı var hocam altta.
Aha.
Oradan Türkçeyi seçebilirsiniz.
Mora basıyorum. Abi bakıyorum ama dur bir saniye abicim. Efendim Ankara'dan tüm bizi izleyen, dinleyen değerli izleyicilerimizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Bugün
And I would like to salute you all and respect from Ankara. Today is very important. It's the 10th anniversary of Syrian Revolution, and we have been discussing the military, political, and the external actor part of the revolution. And of course, this matter has a financial perspective as well. This matter touched upon the lives of many people, and many Syrian people had to migrate to other countries. And of course, there's huge destruction in the financial system. And in this very session, we do have very valuable speakers, and our speakers will elaborate on the financial results of Syrian crisis and the costs of it. And I hope that this crisis gets over, and if they return their countries, what kind of financial issues they are going to face. We are going to be talking about these matters. As I stated earlier, we do have very valuable speakers. Kerim Shar is from Middle East Institute. Dr. Abdul Nasser Al-Jassam from Mardin Artuklu University. Bediş Mustafa is a Syrian researcher. And Halit Akabi from Cesur for Studies. I would like to cut it short because we have speakers. Now we will proceed with the first speaker. Please stick to your time, which is 15 minutes for each speaker. And after we complete the speeches, we are going to get the questions from distinguished people watching us from YouTube. Now I would like to give the floor to Kerim Shar. He's from Middle East Institute. The floor is yours, sir. Kerim Shar. Thank you very much for inviting me to the symposium. I would like to say to each and every one of you, 15 minutes is not enough, of course, to talk about the financial perspective of the Syria. And I will also the connections between my perspective and the other perspective of Syrian crisis. In Syria, we can take it in 4 parts: northern east regime, then Idlib, with the opposing forces supported by Turkey, and the regions, and
الاقتصاد طبعا تضرر كما هو الحال في بقية المناطق السورية ولكن
the region there are about 11 million people, and Syrian people are suffering from financial issues, and industrial sector was destroyed. And before this crisis, it was quite active. Before 2011, they used to produce 400,000 oil barrels. Right now, oil zones are being managed by but the other sectors were given a little bit less harm. Maybe manufacturing sector. Manufacturing sector by 50% is stated by the Ministry of Agriculture of Syria. Agriculture sector was given serious harm as well because the infrastructure was destroyed all. In the past, Syria was quite successful at agricultural sector and also animal husbandry. There were around 200,000 animals that were produced a year, but we can say that they have been left behind a lot in terms of agriculture and animal husbandry. Syria was attaching great importance to the agriculture, and the agriculture was one of the sectors contributing a lot to the economy of Syria. In regime zones, they are suffering hugely in terms of economy. We asked 600,000 people the reason why they left Syria, and remaining Syrian people, 63% of them would like to leave their country because they're suffering from financial issues. 63% of 600,000 Syrian people would like to migrate to other countries or to some other better situation, financially better situation zones within Syria, but mostly leaving the country completely.
يعني الآن بدأ بعض التغيرات بدأت تحدث في هذا.
100,000 barrels of oil are produced daily, but this sector started to be opened to Western companies like Rami Mahloufe was one of their partners. And these companies, we don't know where they're going to work in the oil well. I'm talking about Western, by the way. We are conducting some researches in that regard to find answers to these questions. And as far as we see, Syrian lira is losing value against dollar and also against Turkish lira. There has been a huge devaluation. And when we look at the currency and the financial issues in the regime zones, there has been a serious devaluation, and Kamışlı region and the regime region, when we look at the relations, we need to have more information about that. When we go to the third party, Northern West, especially the zone which is populated by the opposing power in good terms with Turkey. They are a little bit well off in terms of administration. And those groups control everywhere. But the local administration, I mean, the regions which are close to Turkey, their relations and the other relations, when we look at them, it's surprising because it looks like that there isn't a good common path. They're working group by group. When we look at Aleppo, for example, the industrial zone, before the clashes, those regions were industrial zones. Hajjar, for example, was totally industrial regime, industrial zone. Tahrir, Damascus, as you know, the regime took control in 2017, and they're trying to take their own decisions. They high access in olive plants, for example, olive gardens. They are getting very high taxes, and Damascus in that regard, they are suffering from high taxes. The prices are increasing. And a group of people is protecting the price, increasing the prices. Syrian lira is hugely, and they do have serious financial issues right now.
المناطق وخصوصا عند محاولة فك الارتباط مجددا ما بين تلك المناطق وما بين
And they are using Turkish lira, and they said that they wanted to use Turkish lira in order in commercial. Of course, it's going to have different dimensions as well. So all these regions should be considered separately when we explain the hierarchy in there. Of course, we should know that it would take a lot of time. So the relations between these regions are, of course, we need to keep Syrian structure in mind. There's a huge gap right now. They cannot get together, they cannot communicate. All regions are controlled group by group. So there is no coordination between one region and another. And of course, Kasad region and regime region. Yes, of course, they have some relations, but it's mainly based on their interests. So these relations can gets better from time to time and gets worse. And in terms of wheat, in Kasad region, since it's an agricultural region, the wheat is a very important product. Approximately 60 to 70% of Syrian wheat is raised here in this region. So the soil is very efficient. There's also Euphrates River. It takes lots of rain. So it's a very productive soil, water-wise. And when they want to put a pressure on Syrian regime, they also use these weeds. they try to get their way, and they also want to have oil, petroleum. But when we look at Iraq, we know that they get their oil from Turkey, from international platforms. Of course, Turkey is not their main resource. It's northeastern part. They always have ongoing commercial activities with there. As you all know, the oil they get from the wells, in fact, are not taken in an environment-friendly way. Especially in the opposition parts, we can say that they don't want to cooperate with the regime, especially when it comes to oil. They want to protect their interests and they want to have some political gains. This is why they just have some commercial activities with the regime. So we cannot say that there is a total coordination. We cannot say that they are really cooperating with one another. They just want to protect their interests whenever it's necessary. They just get in touch when necessary. So what the opposition wants, they want all their detainees to be released, first of all. They really want them to be free. Lots of people really want that in Syria. And since there is no stability in the country, they also want to have it, and they cannot think that the economy is going to get better. This is why lots of Syrians want to flee away from their country, from their home. We have a friend in Idlib, and a couple of days ago, he said the following to us. $2 is the cost of a barrel of olive oil. It's the cost of transportation just to carry it from one region to another. The Tahrir Sham, from Tahrir Sham to Idlib, they pay a certain amount only for olive oil, just to transport it. So just like I said, their relations are mainly based on their interest, or they allow the transition only against some costs. We are talking about civilians here in these regions. They have olives, lots of olives. They raise olives, but Tahrir Sham is under their control. And this is why the taxes that they get is really high as well. They do not treat them good either. And we're still talking about civilians. You have 3 minutes left, sir. Can you please wrap up?
هذه التوصية الأساسية.
Okay, I am done. It was my final words. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking your time. No, it's okay. Of course, we don't have lots of chances to raise our voices in Middle East, and this is why we love to talk when we got the chance. I just wanted to wrap you up in 2 or 3 minutes, and thank you very much for respecting the time limit. So I'm going to continue with our next panelist. I'm just going to check my list. Our second speaker is Abdul Nasser Jassam from Mardin Artuklu University. Mr. Karamshar shared a general picture, an overall picture, but we know that there are some troubles when it comes to Syria's production. Even before the civil war, there were some very important problems such as unemployment.
Petrol ihracatı gerek tarımsal ihracat çok önemli.
Oil exportation or agricultural exportation was really important for Syrian people. Mr. Karim shared an overall information with us, but we know that there are very important problems, especially when it comes to supply in olive oil. or vegetable oil, flour, bread. I mean, people struggle a lot. So thank you very much, Mr. Karim, again for sharing an overall picture. And but Mr. Abdul Nasser Jassam, the floor is yours now. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to say that I thank ORSAM for this invitation, for organizing this event. It's a very important center, and they have a very good position. We know that the voices supporting Syria have been lowered and lowered recently, and I would like to thank them for their support, and I also would like to salute everybody, all participants. Thank you, Mr. Karam. He made a great opening to this second session. We had the chance to hear about the regions very clearly. I also would like to touch upon a very important issue. As of today, Syria in international reports is described as following: the biggest crisis of modern time, the biggest tragedy, because the Syrian issue is very complicated and full with dead ends. Even before 2011, there were some problems. There was a crisis between the people and the regime. The numbers were not maybe as clear as of today, as today's, but the number of refugees who fled away from the country is 6 million, and the internal migrated people's number is up to 7 million. 90% of people is struggling with poverty, unfortunately. And approximately 2 million of people are in the border of hunger. So these numbers, these developments, in fact, were not in vain. I mean, we didn't have them out of nowhere. Okay, I know that we have a limited time. This is why I want to answer 4 main questions. What was the economic situation before 2011? How did it go after 2011? These are the questions that I want to answer. How did react the regime against these changes, and what was people's daily life, how it was reflected on the daily life of people? I also have a 5th question, but I know that there is no answer to this question. This is why I'm going to leave it unanswered. But so economically, the situation in Syria was not fair. I'm talking about before 2011. All needs, or 75% of the needs of people were met before 2011. And they were exporting back then, which was a good a good financial source for the country. In 2010, they had a revenue that went up to $60 billion, and the poverty was lower than 30% among Syrian people. The average salary was between $300 and $600. The budget deficit was close to 5%, and Syrian economy could have been much better if they were not linked to the regime, if they were not administrated by the regime. the intelligence was also limited to the regime as well. If they had different conditions, I would like to say that they could have had a much different economy, but this was the general picture. Maybe we could have talked about a certain economic stability, but it changed after 2011, after 2014 as well. When the people decided to uprise against the regime, the financial sources have been started to be consumed more and more, and people tried to reject the regime. They wanted to stand against the regime, and they used their weapons and human resources as well. And we know that it decreased too. Right now, in Syria, we know that 1 million people approximately have been killed. Hundreds of people are lost, and we also talk about mass migration. We talk about a huge brain drain. Today, only 33% of the economy is being actively used. I don't want to share many details with you. However, I can say that this is the general situation. Their cash reserve was $2 billion, but we know that their central bank bankrupted as well. People started to sell their passports in order to have income. Military service was considered as a threat against people, and they forced them to become soldiers, to complete their military services. I mean, it made the poor even poorer. This policy made the poor even poorer. I'm not going to share a lot of numbers with you. I don't want to bore you with numbers. But we all know how the markets were harmed. Mr. Karam talked about it a lot before me. He talked about the oil as well. I mean, there was a market of 100,000 barrels, and today it cannot even go higher than 1,000 barrels. And at the same time, the Syrian currency lost its value as well. I think before 2011, $1 made 50 Syrian lira, but today it goes up to 4,500. So I would like to talk about Russia a little bit. How did the regime try to stand against them? First of all, they stopped all investments. It was the first thing they did. All infrastructural investments were stopped. And their debt increased more and more, of course, due to this policy. Another policy they had was to get strength from Russia and Iran. They started to sell their own sources. And this policy in Iran's policies in Syria was not based on economy. Russia, in fact, had more economic promises. And Iran helped the regime in order to oppress uprisings. They also use entrepreneurship, destructive entrepreneurship. They transferred money to artificial business people, and they helped them to start up their own businesses, their own enterprises. This created war riches, if I may say. They wanted to make them look like business people. It was robbing people. There were some people who were in charge robbing people. The assets of rich Syrians were captured. There were some projects under the name of humanitarian aid, and they even had cooperation with ISIS. I'm talking about artificial riches here. We also know that they cooperated with YPG for oil. So these business people were used in order to have these cooperations, in order to keep these cooperations. Additionally, the third point that I would like to mention is the following. How it was reflected on people's everyday life. Recent researches show that 67% of people had to have a loan. They don't even consume meat, red meat or meat. Approximately 500,000 children have been struggling with the disease due to nutrition deficits. They cannot develop physically. Child labor is also another problem. Young girls getting married at a very young age is also a very important problem. There have been some other economic problems because of moral issues. Drug abuse increased, of course, as a result. So we're talking about a huge social disturbance. We know that it's due to economic problems. In 2020, Arabs have some proverbs. I mean, they started to use more water in the mud. Well, of course, in 2020, with the beginning of coronavirus pandemic, all economic problems have deepened. And finally, the fourth question is a question that I ask myself, I ask everybody, what will happen next? What to expect next? Will Syrians have humanitarian aid? Don't they deserve it? I mean, we are talking about an issue of a century. Don't we think that these people need help, need support? Don't we have enough data in our hands to do that? It can be economic, it can be social. Don't we all see all their problems? And don't we all see very clearly that the regime is the main reason for all these troubles? The prisons are full. There are lots of prisoners. There are lots of people captured. I mean, doesn't everybody feel sorry about that? What does United Nations want in order to move? Which numbers they want to reach in order to do something about it? What do we need to take all these problems into consideration and to do something about it? Thank you very much for listening to me. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Abdulnasser Jassem. Of course, Middle Eastern people have lots of things to talk, but you only have 15 minutes. This is why people try to shorten their speeches. ORSAM makes great jobs, that's a fact. Does a great job. I mean, if Middle Eastern people had the chance to talk, had the chance to raise their voices, if other countries didn't intervene with our internal businesses, internal affair, we would have solved all our problems in a better way. But of course, due to oil, due to our natural sources, everybody is trying to intervene in our internal affairs, and all problems that could have been solved very easily via dialogue amongst ourselves cannot be solved because of the Western countries' interests. They want to use our underground richnesses, our underground assets, and they want to solve these problems on our behalf. And this is one of the sides of the problems. So I would like to thank Mr. Abdul Nasser for the very important and valuable information he shared. Now I'm going to continue with our third speaker, Badir Mustafa. He's a Syrian researcher. So what do you think about it, Mr. Mustafa? You have 15 minutes. But it's not a must. Of course, if you have something more to say, please feel free to express it. If you think it would make your words clearer, please use it. So feel a little bit more free. I just wanted to emphasize that. So feel free to share your opinions, and the floor is yours, sir. Can you please turn your microphone on, sir? Thank you very much, Mr. Murat. And thank you very much for giving me the time. I also would like to thank other speakers, Mr. Karim Shar, Mr. Abdul Nasser Yassam. Thank you very much. And thank you for this opportunity. I would like to say that it's an important opportunity for us. It's very valuable. For the last 10 years, we have all seen what happens to Syrian people. And people who listen to us or watches us or decision makers or whoever was interested in the Syrian issue had a chance to hear an overall picture. So I can say that this can maybe give us a chance to share this information about Syrian people. My master's thesis was also about Syria partially. And institution-wise, I didn't want to use it. I didn't want to use it institutionally. I just wanted to practice it. Just like other speakers, I also want to touch upon the economic side of it, especially in the northeastern and northwestern parts of Syria. The economy in these regions and economic problems in there, of course, are very severe and affects everybody's daily life. We don't have very clear numbers right now, especially about Syria, but just like Mr. Nasser said, we cannot see a very clear picture. So we need more researchers to have a better data, to have clearer numbers. And I would like to say that, yes, it's the situation right now. So all involved parties, all groups trying to take control over Syria, Syrian territory, harmed Syrian people. Of course, we can see that very clearly. And from people's point of view, of course, it created very important economic problems. politically and military-wise, there were also some numbers who were not very clear, who were not very transparent because they didn't share it with them, with their people. We will try to get them, of course. In northern and northeastern Syria, the economy is really bad and they cannot have an economic growth. There were some exceptional laws, especially in, they had an agricultural reform package, which gave the chance to become a Syrian citizen. It was similar to Muslim Brothers law. They wanted to put it in vigor. But this law was not based on buying real estate, for instance. And it almost stopped all these activities. I was living in that region back then. And in a week, just in a week, the bazaars that we had helped the agriculture to be sustainable. The constructions were ongoing, but because of this law, everything changed just within a week. This structure changed totally. The construction stopped, and the agricultural reform package that they had, in fact, that we had also was unfortunately couldn't be able to put in vigor. And 50% of Syria's agricultural needs were met from this region.
Especially in terms of agriculture and oil and water resources. This region is rich in these resources. Therefore, the region is of great importance in these three resources. There's a plant in that region as well. They manufacture goods. Plant is called as mamel. They were manufacturing retail products, agricultural products, and as the region is rich in oil, that plant was playing an important role in oil production as well. In Haseke region and in the northern east part, 42% of the people migrated to Gulfian region, and in order to look for new jobs. Therefore, serious issues came because people left the area and the development of the agricultural activities stopped. After 2011, YPG took that region under their control. And then they took the control of Afrin and some other regions. And there were socio-economic problems in those regions. There were companies in those regions, and they were contributing to the economy. These companies got lost. And in terms of economy, those regions are suffering hugely. Their political approach is similar to Marx's approach. Therefore, they're trying to establish a new system. They took the control of the economy of all the regions, and they increased the taxes. They took the control of the products, and the market belongs to them, and they increase the prices of the goods whenever they want. And as they increase the taxes, the price increases are reflected to people. Agricultural products, oil products, all of them are in the region, and daily 70,000 barrels are produced daily. They are in collaboration with the regime. They sell them to the regime and they get back something else. They sell those fuel oil and oil products to the regime, and they also sell to the opposing regions at high prices. And in terms of agricultural products, agriculture sector was harmed a lot, and PYD took the control of that region. And third issue is the devaluation of Syrian lira against dollar, and this gave substantial harm to the economy of the country. It came to the point of collapse. Many people used to transfer money from outside the country to Syria, but after some regulations, legal regulations, this money transfer activities were hindered. There are around 300,000 civil servants. Some of them are military servants. They are representing only 4% of the total population.
مناطق الإدارة الذاتية بشكل رئيسي لكسب الولاء السياسي معظم الأحيان، وهو ما يؤثر على إمكانية التنمية الصحيحة في المنطقة.
The South people are quite low. During 8 years, local administrations try to balance the import and export numbers, but mostly they focused on the import at high prices. They had to actually. The import ratio was $7,000. Now it reached up to $200,000. This number is huge. And the United States is supporting financially some regions in Syria. When you look at the salary, EYD, YPG, controlling areas, they do have higher salaries when compared to the regions managed by the regime. It's around 150,000 lira, the salary, but in the northern south part and the other regions, there are huge differences. Let's say one part has $12. The same person can get $50 on YPG region. So there are huge differences between the salaries in the regions. Before the revolution, the products under the control of Syria can't be controlled. Right now, the numbers and the data cannot be reached, and we don't have the exact numbers about them. Many traders took names took the control of this victory, and there's an peace between some level and the stuff from region to region. There is a huge gap. In the northern part, for example, on the region of the regime, when you compare them in the northern part, the salaries are higher many times when compared to the region under the control of regime. As you know, in the northern part, PKK, YPG, they give these salaries to people and they get support from the United States and the other countries. Thank you very much. This is all what I wanted to say. Thank you. Mr. Rashid Bey. In the northern part of Syria, under the control of PKK, YPG, you made a general evaluation about the financial situation of this region. Thank you very much. Khalid Bey is our sorry, last speaker.
Neler anlatacağınızı
I don't know what you are specific talk about. Many issues. What you say it's going to be floor to you, Khalid Bey. The floor is yours.
أتحدث اليوم يعني بعد 10 سنوات.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Important the situation of Syria after the topics, which is the economic reality in the opposing region. And then the financial in private sector in 2002 in Syria and all their basic financial indicator in 2020. I mean, here some realities are valid for the region under the control of regime. Some are valid for the region under the control of the opposing power. There are 7.5 million migrant Syrians. Some hasn't gained refugee status, survive, and none unrefugees. And we are going to see how these migrants and of Rami Mahmoud is because they are the biggest supporters of the regime. Mahmoud family knows the economy of Syria very well. We know that he's very influential on the economy of Syria. Old businessmen had to escape from Syria. And we know that Syrian economy is suffering from cash problem, and the economy is far from being sustainable. We know that Syrian economy, depending on the economy of Lebanon, and the economic crisis happened in Lebanon, and also the explosion in Beirut port. All these problems affected Syrian economy, and the data went downwards. It was reflected negatively on the economy of Syria. And United States made in Syria, and these investments impact on the economy. And the effects decreased. COVID-19, the economy was already bad, and after COVID-19, it deteriorated more. If we are to look at the financial data in 2010, 2020, and 2021, you can see the numbers here. In terms of GDP, for example, it used to be $60 billion. Now it's around 16.5 billion USD. But this is valid for the regions under the control of opposing power. Now you can see here, Syrian pound was 2,500, 2020 is $3,000. $1 is 3,000 Syrian pounds. When we look at the foreign assets, you can see here in 2020 it was 400 million. It used to be 21 billion in 2010. And when we look at the unemployment ratio, it is around 60%. They work in the region. In some regions, they recruit the military, the army recruits. And there is an increase in the and when we look at the state of the northern Syria, we can say that a huge HR, mostly youngsters, we can talk about it in the northern part and northeastern part. 4 million is the population, and Most of them are unemployed. They are looking for better jobs. And 3% of total population of Syria is living in this region. And in addition to that, in this region is under the control of the opposing power. In the north of Syria, many agricultural products are cultivated. In spite of limited rainfall, rural areas, they started to produce wheat. In order to provide food supply for people. Here we are talking about 250 tons of wheat. Lentil, it's around 180. Olive production, it's around 50,000. Trees. Here, the number of trees, the number of olive trees is quite high. And animal, in terms of animal husbandry, you can see the numbers here. Agricultural resources, human resources, animal resources, when we compare them with previous situation, we can say that it's better. We know that in Jarablus border gate, we know that there's that in bringing goods to those gates. In Nayan, an organized zone was established. Jarablus organized industrial zone construction is going on. And it gives hope, we can say that. Right example. In other rural areas, for example, the industrial workshops were founded, and these workshops are working on mechanical issues. But there are some concerning developments as well. There have been some security problems, bombing, some explosion attacks. They hinder the growth of the economy. These are the trade partners of Syria. Turkey is the second actor. Between Turkey and the northern Syria, we know that the trade is limited. It's around $1 billion. And this is according to the official numbers of Turkey. This can be interpreted as, yes, it has an important commercial dimension. We know that these countries can get those products fast to the region. Syrian pound and Turkish lira are used for big commercial mostly dollar. In these regions, we know that the salaries are paid in, especially in Fırat Kalkanı and Zeytin Dalı regions. We know that Syrian lira is being used in spite of the presence of Turkey. In Turkish lira is used more. After Turkish lira in this region, we observe that the financial stability has been better. And according to these, example, when we look at last month, we see in the opposing region, the prices are more stable when compared to the regime region. Most important reason of it is the existence of Turkish lira. Before 4 months, upon 4 months ago, there wasn't any price stability, but we can say that the history of Turkish lira, price stability started. Price stability has positive effect on the economy, and merchants, tradesmen in this region, we can say that they contribute a lot to the production and the investments of the businessmen in Idlib, for example. They contributed a lot. And I hope that they will be more sensitive in making investments in food industry. And in the upcoming days, I hope the investments will get faster. And we know that it's going to impact in 2021 and in 2021. I hope that we are going to be talking about better economy. Now, I would like to answer the question of which sector should I make an investment if I'm to make an investment in Syria? In 2011, it was 50, but now it's 3,500. This is affecting the region of Idlib, but in the opposite region, after Turkey commercially in this region, we can say that they are less affected by currency, foreign exchange. And oil and petroleum products, after their entry into the region, the financial stability is far better than the regions under the control of the regime. And we know that they do import from Iran as well. Last but not least, today, in the opposing regions, the services are getting better, and there's a diversity of the food and product, and public institutions are more corporate-wise, corporate-like. As part of that, the infrastructure and also the security issues, they slow the economy down, and the investors are concerned to make investments in these regions. And the investments be made in military dimensions. Maybe the security issue is supporting, unfortunately, the slowdown. The stability, the regime region is around 2%, in products, but in opposing region, price stability in food is around 9%. Agricultural they're effective because less capital is needed and the market is open to development in the northern part. We don't have any important industry in the region. The lack of those chambers is not supporting the new investments. I hope I touched upon useful points. Thank you very much. Halit Bey, it was a presentation. Now, I would like to sum up what our speakers since the beginning of the war. There has been an decrease in
the national income of Syria went down from 62 billion dollars to $15 billion. So 1/4 of all of it rest only. And 7 to 10 million people fled away from Syria. They migrated to other countries. And brain drain is also another problem. Trained people, unfortunately left the country as well. In oil-wise, $2.4 billion of barrel was their previous reserve, even though it's a small one compared to other countries, but Syria was a self-sufficient country and they produce approximately 340,000 barrels per day and 150,000 barrels of them were exported. When you look at USA or other foreign actors, you can see that regions, the oil regions, are now taken over by these actors. They want their own enterprises to use these sources. They say that the electrical energy is not so bad and the industry collapsed as well because lots of production facilities have been bombed and destroyed, unfortunately, during these 10 years. This is why industrial production ended too. In the pre-war period, agriculture and commercial activities were really important. Just like I said, Syria was a self-sufficient country. They could produce and even export wheat, but right now they have to import it. They have to buy it from other countries. Chicken production, olive oil production, olive oil production was really important for Syria. Almost everybody here, all speakers said that there was an oligarchy in the country and Assad was trying to make people around him richer and richer. They literally put money in their pockets, which also powered the country economically. And of course, due to war, Assad could no longer find any money either. And these artificial riches that he created, in fact, he asked from them the money that he gave in the first place. He made them bigger. And these people asked for money to take back. I mean, because he couldn't even fund his own military, his own weapons. And when it comes to income distribution, just like everybody said, people is struggling with poverty. I recently saw a picture. It was a picture. There are people under the rain. They try to shelter under a tent, and there are small children. I also have a daughter, 3.5 years old. She's 3.5 years old. And when you look at such a picture, you see your own kid, your own child. And it really hurt my conscience to see people, to see children under these conditions. I mean, everybody should be affected by seeing such a picture. Income distribution, poverty, YPG, PKK, democracy. I mean, these are all very important problems in such regions. They try to create an economic system, but here in these regions, they cannot have commercial activities, for instance, with Turkey. And in the zones under the control of regime or under the control of YPG, we can say that they do much better, relatively speaking. There are other sources saying that $250 billion to $500 billion to reconstruct Syria, to rebuild this country. I mean, we are a constructive country. We are very good in the construction sector. I mean, let's say if they were to point a city in a certain country and ask us to build a hotel, I would say that destroying is the easiest thing to do, but constructing is not that easy everywhere. So I keep asking myself how they are going to rebuild a country. We are talking about $500 billion of loss, $500 billion of cost, and everybody was hurt. Everybody lost lots of things. What will be the cost to rebuild the enterprises, the facilities that were destroyed? So it all goes back to economy. All sanctions, in fact, had a very bad impact on Syrian economy. And along with coronavirus pandemic, Syria started to suffer more and more. It made everything more complicated and more difficult. Same in Lebanon. With Lebanon's economy going worse, it also affected Syria. And it was a vicious cycle. I mean, Syria affected Lebanon negatively, Lebanon affected Syria negatively. So I can say that everything is going worse. So I think we have questions about the Arabic. If you can help me with the translation from Arabic, I can answer questions. I'm going to read in Arabic. So very briefly, I would like to ask questions to our speakers, and I would like to hear their final words. So Mr. Samir, can you please read the questions to our speakers? These are the questions from social media. What do you think about the Syrian economy's future? Especially with Biden in USA, we know how they are affecting Syria. So what do you think about that? How will be the economy of Syria in the future? This was my question. Do you expect the Syrian currency lose more value? What about USA support to PYG? Do you think it will continue as well? And another question for Mr. Khalid. With Turkish currency losing its value, do you think it would be another issue in opposition regions? Are there any other policies? I also would like to remind you that USA administration doesn't have Syria as a priority, doesn't see Syria as a priority. It wasn't even a priority back in 2020. We know that it's just an secondary issue, and I don't think that the new administration, Biden administration, is going to have a huge impact on Syria. I don't think that they will have an economic impact anyway. And of course, we try to read some signals about the sanctions on Syria we see some signals to lower or eliminate them totally. It may even be possible, but we will see. We had some questions for other speakers, but I don't know if they heard them. For Abdel Nasser, for Mr. Khalid, for Mr. Badir, about the use of Turkish currency, about Turkish currency's value and its relation with the price stability, etc. Hello, once again. Thank you, Mr. Karam. About the question you asked me on Turkish currency and its value. Maybe it can have an impact. Yes, Syrian currency may be impacted as long as it exists. And we expect it to have a better circulation. But yes, it's a fact that it lost its value. It can be possible that it loses even more value in the future. I think it's my turn. Is it my turn or is it Mr. Khalid's turn? Yes, let's hear from you as well. I'm also curious about Biden and his administration. Do you think we are going to back to Obama's period? What do you think? How do you see the picture? Okay, I will continue to speak Arabic. I try to speak Turkish. Well, about America's support after 2016, I had the following opinion. USA didn't have any presence in Syria. After 2015, we started to see a more stronger presence. And they started to intervene in important issues. They started to oppress regimes' bodies. With withdrawal of Trump, I can say that it created a worry because America's presence, the USA's presence in Syria created a much different equation. And of course, USA started to wonder what will happen afterwards. They wanted to evaluate the cooperation matter. But UID no longer needs any military support. I mean, they already have their own mission and vision. They just want to fight against ISIS. They already have a military power in there. And it already helps them. It's already sufficient enough for them to meet their targets, to achieve their mission. Was there any authority given to BYD? Well, it's not very clear right now. It's not military support that was granted, but maybe financially. Maybe they can support them financially. So their policies are expected to be more withdrawn, more dissocial, maybe. So this is how I think in a midterm policy about midterm policies of USA. Okay. About the question that you asked me about the Syrian currency. In northern parts and in opposition regions, would that have any impact? Well, I can say that today the economic relations between countries have all been affected by Corona. Post-pandemic economies of all countries have been affected, as we all know. And we have even seen some economic corruption, some economic collapses. We were already talking about a very sensitive, a very vulnerable economy, of course, and it wouldn't be possible for them to be not affected. All countries in the same regions are connected to one another, and we're not talking about unilateral relations here. If one side of these countries, one part of them is affected economically, the other ones are also affected. I do not support a total elimination of Syrian currency. I even want it to be promoted more and more. I believe that opposition has important opportunities in front of them. And due to security-related issues, I can say that these economic opportunities can be seized even in a better way. And I hope that the economic improvement will continue. Opposition regions are more open to investment, to development. I think that not only one industrial or commercial zone should be supported. They need diversity. Human resources are very rich in this region. We all know that they have an infrastructure as well, which was lessly harmed, if I may say. Exportation is also faster in Turkey border. I believe that they need to accelerate it. Exportation, again, is another activity that they carry out, as we all know. And we can observe the impact it created on this country's economy. All this region, in fact, has been affected by Syrian economy, and it all had a reflection on Syria's economy as well, vice versa. Thank you very much. We have 2 other questions, and I'm going to share them with you, and then I want to hear your final words. I would like to thank everybody. I would like to thank all participants. These are the questions that I would like to share with you. If you have any answers, please share your answers. If not, please share your final words. We have 2 ladies who asked the following questions. Due to Caesar sanctions, due to Lebanon economy and its crisis, Syria doesn't have access to this money in banks. How would it affect the regime? I mean, financially, they were struggling enough. What do you think about that? And secondly, I believe that it's a great question as well. People migrating from Syria flee to America, to Europe, and they started their new lives. They found jobs, etc. So, do they help Syria? Do they send money? Do you have any opinion, any information on that? Are they able to send money to their families? And if yes, what are the amounts? Do you have any idea, any opinion? Did you hear anything? So these were the 2 questions that I had for you. Finally, if you would like to answer them, please share your answers. If not, please share your final words before lunch. Mr. Abdul Nasser? No, sorry, we're going to... Okay, let's start with Mr. Abdul Nasser. Thank you very much. I wanted to take the floor because I will have a speech to share at the university in approximately 13 minutes. This is why I wanted to take the lead. I have to leave this meeting, unfortunately. Thank you. And I will leave the answer to this question to Mr. Karim. Yes, Syria has a certain amount of money in Lebanon. And I will leave Mr. Karim to answer this question. Of course, it has been affected. I have a message that I would like to share with you on 2 topics. I want to share a message for Syrian people. It has been 10 years. Of course, Syrians suffered a lot, and they showed how strong they were. They have been facing lots of economic difficulties, and they try to keep up with it. And I think that these conflicts, these misunderstandings should be left aside. We should get together and solve our problems. And secondly, I would like to share a message with the international community. Right now, I think that what's good for Syria, what needs to be done for Syria's sake is a responsibility for everyone. Their problems get bigger and bigger, and we need to come up with a solution. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, ORSAM, for this session. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I also would like to thank all panelists for their speeches. I have to leave you now. Thank you very much once again. Yes, I would like to start by answering the first question, how the Syrian currency in Lebanon, Syrian money in Lebanon is affected. How much are their assets? Approximately $4 billion of worth, or maybe more than that. I can say that it's a very important number, by the way. Just like Mr. Khalid say, their cash in central bank, I mean, it's not a few amount, it's not a little amount. Some of them have been frozen, some of them have been transferred to different directions. Towards the middle of 2020, we can see that a big part of this money, in fact, have been frozen. So I would like to invite all parties to support, to show a bigger support economically. If there is a flux from Assad to regime, okay, maybe the regime needs that, it can be good for the regime, but when we look at whole Syria, it cannot be a problem. We need to think what to do for people of Syria. There are people dying because of cold. They are getting frozen to death. So we need, if we don't open all pass points, all transit points, all relations will be affected very negatively, because there are some sides making getting benefit out of it. I believe that the conflicts, more conflicts will be triggered, and it will worsen the situation. And thank you very much for listening to me. Whose turn is now? Mr. Badr? What will you think? What do you think will happen? I mean, what do you think after 10 years?
العولمة التي نعيشها حاليا هي تحولت من عولمة إلى
Well, today we are all going through a certain globalization. It can become an individual prison. You know, lots of Syrians are now living in different parts of the world, in different countries. Each member of a family live in a different country. For instance, sometimes they can only see one another via Zoom online, but they cannot get together physically. These are the members of the same family. Can you imagine that? And just like previous speaker mentioned, I believe that a communication network is very important, and it needs to be established between all Syrian parts. We are talking about a region which is formed based on the interests of each party. And I believe that enough is enough. The picture is very sad. I believe that these border points, the transition points, shouldn't be close to other countries. I believe this is one of the factors causing very severe problems. We talk about 4 million people living abroad, living in other countries, and 1.5 million people have migrated internally. And some people in Syria can only live by the money sent by their families who fled away from the country. So we need to be seeking new solutions for Syria. In between eastern and western parts of Euphrates, I believe that we need a better and stronger cooperation, and we have important opportunities to do that. And about the Kurdish administration and Kurdish Assembly, Kurdish Parliament, we know that they have meetings with other parts from time to time, and as a result of these meetings, they had the chance to talk about existing problems, and they have the chance to talk about the issues affecting society, social issues, economic issues, so we can consider it as an opportunity as well. Cooperation, maybe we can create an example of cooperation in order to solve the existing crisis, in order to eliminate existing problems. I think all parties should assume a certain responsibility in order to do that. I would like to thank everybody who gave their time to listen to us. Thank you. And about the questions on Lebanon and money in Lebanon, I would like to say that regime played an important role when it comes to the beginning of this crisis, to deepen the crisis. They lost their financial powers, as you all know. As you all know, the merchandises and their logistics were limited. Their movement were limited by Lebanon. And lots of business people, lots of merchandisers were in cooperation with the regime. Beirut port, as you all know, has been bombed too. And with this explosion occurred many developments, and it affected the relations with the regime, of course. 2 months ago, iron and concrete were carried to the regime region via there. We have heard it in the news. They even made a weapon transportation. This is also known. So I believe that Lebanon played an important role when it comes to deepening this crisis. As you all know, Turkey and other European countries received lots of Syrian refugees. Syrian people in USA, in UK, in European countries didn't have a huge economic impact. I mean, they are working for instance, $100. They are trying to send $100. Excuse me, they try to send $100 to their family in Syria, but it's not enough. And we are talking only about a few people who have the chance to do that. Syrian people in Turkey may not have such an economic maybe they don't have the chance to send money to their families. We're not talking about big numbers here, but they can use PTT or other institutions to send money. We know that there are some budgets allocated to a certain project, but this is just a general overview. Okay, we exceeded our time as well. I would like to thank everybody. May Allah bring peace to Syria. May Allah be with all of us so that we can establish peace in this country. We cannot criticize our neighbors by saying this does that, etc. We keep seeing Syrian people collecting garbage out of streets, and we become friends with them. I mean, everybody needs to be where they belong. I hope that the peace will be reestablished and people will have the chance to go back home where their ancestors lived. I hope they can go back and forth their country. And this would be my final word. Just like I said, Allah may be with us so that we can build peace, we can bring peace to this country, and we can assume our responsibilities. I would like to thank everybody, our panelists, our speakers, the participants who listened to us. I wish you a very good afternoon. Thank you.
شكرا. إلى اللقاء.
اللقاء يا جماعة، شكرا لكم جزيلا.
شكرا جميعا.
Thank you very much.
سمير
يا أخي أنت مش كلجي.
وشكرا لمركز أورسام في أنقرة على إقامة هذه الفعالية بمناسبة الذكرى العاشرة للثورة السورية.
Everyone, and thank you for organizing this symposium.
في هذه الندوة سنتكلم
I would thank academicians as well. Today, we are going to talk about the role of media in various sessions in Syrian Revolution. Let me introduce the speaker.
تعمل صحفية ومذيعة في التلفزيون العربي لندن، وكانت قبل ذلك في تلفزيون تركيا العربية، وقبلها كانت مذيعة وصحفية.
She was a speaker Turkey and
الأستاذ سمير مطر وهو رئيس رابطة الصحفيين السوريين. الأستاذ سمير حاصل على
سمير مطر. He is chairman of Syrian Press. Engineer and
طبية وعلمية. نعم. Any problem? صوتي أو صوت المترجم دكتور؟ لدي أم لدى المترجم؟
مترجم.
تمام. طب لما يجهزوا دكتور سمير بلغني لو سمحت.
I'm ready.
طيب إذا معنا الزميلة الصحفية المذيعة صبا مدور، مذيعة في التلفزيون العربي، وكانت قبل ذلك مذيعة وصحفية في تلفزيون
صبا مدور. She's a speaker in TRT Arabic. She used to work there in Istanbul, and before that, she was a speaker in Al Jazeera. Samir Matari is the head of Syrian Reporters. It's a vocational association, and it's about Syrian reporters and supporting Syrian Revolution. And in Deutsche Welle channel, he's working in that channel as well. And he's preparing documentaries. He's electricity engineer, and he has his master's degree in Berlin University in Islamic Sciences. And our other speaker, Man al-Hariri, is the reporter in Al Jazeera, Turkey, and he communicated very important hot issues to the screen, and he's right now in Afghanistan because of a task. And we have Turan Kışlakçı. He's first member and also writer, Turkish Arabic Union Association chairman, and he was the general manager of TRT Arabic. We introduced all the speakers. And you know the backgrounds of our speakers. And I'm the chairman of Syrian journalists. The chairman word is a bit litigious in Syrian, but we're here today. We are going to be talking about the role of the media, the press in Syrian Revolution. We will take it from international perspective. Journalism, especially in Western and democratic societies, it plays an important role. All the reflections of Syrian Revolution have been managed by the media, Syria has passed through important milestones, and the most important part was the first years of the revolution. The reality, it was of great importance back then to reflect the reality, because the journalists in Syria they were banned reflecting the reality because the punishment to do so was death. Now I would like to give the floor to Siba, as she is the one only lady here among our speakers. How the Western press handle the Syrian issue. Thank you very much. I would like to salute you all and thank you very much, ORSAM, for giving us this opportunity to talk about Syrian Revolution. First of all, press, we need to discuss how much should be involved within Syrian issue. How was it reflected? Were they reflecting the realities? In order to understand so, we need to go back to the first days of Syrian Revolution. We all know that before the revolution, Syrian people were doomed to the propaganda of the state. Even the Western journalists, even Reuters office, were acting within the limits of the regime, and especially after Syrian Revolution and after the statute of Hafez Assad was destroyed, Reuters was the first agency to make the news of it, and that journalist was detained. Therefore, the media was let only what the regime was letting them do. Therefore, they were far from Syrian Revolution. We had limited amount of data at the beginning of the revolution. We weren't very knowledgeable about what was really happening at the very beginning of the revolution. Social media, Facebook, YouTube platforms, and the other platforms, this matter became more flexible. A camera or an account, social media account, it was an important crime to target an important account, an important name's account. And the witnesses, the journalists, civilian journalists, these concepts have developed in certain parts of Syria. At that level, Syrian media and civilian journalism started to have sponsors from Gulfian countries and Western countries. Therefore, it passed through very different stages. Regime proclaimed an electronic war against such journalists along with hackers. They wanted to create fake news. And citizens used the media to challenge the regime. In 2014, there was an important milestone. Syrian opposition media started to be established. Here, the regime's media power. was enough, strong enough to come against ISIS media. ISIS's media has great powers to attack the international arena, and the voice of moderate opposition was not heard. It was the most hard. It started to become a media power which can be sold. And some famous accounts were sold. United Arab Emirates Agency, news agency, misinformed the media, and it was for the benefit of some certain parties. And some platforms, some news platforms, they started to become a fan of a certain group, and it was not serving for the good of Syrian people. And we all know that some journalists dedicated their lives to the welfare of Syrian people. Syrian Revolution and Syrian conflict was in the middle of the media of the regime and the media of the West. And incidents were not reflected transparently, the regime's media and the Western media. There was only a limited number of minority media which was reflecting the realities. Here we can talk about two-sided media in Syria. Foreign press supporting Iran and sponsored by Iran tried to support the regime, and they tried to give harm to Syrian revolution. And in addition to that, we can talk about a media which was trying to support Syrian revolution. This was also divided into two. They were believing in the values of Syrian revolution. There was a media which was against Assad's regime, and they were trying to put pressure on Iran between 2015 and 2017. Syrian media was diversified during these years, and they started to be a part of a certain group. They started to reflect different realities at the same time, and bad parts of the Syrian revolution was also shown by the opposing media. They tried to give harm to the revolution because there was also a group of media which was trying to reflect real Syrian revolution transparently. However, they couldn't reflect everything. They also reflected some negative incidences, and this gave courage to the opposing media. They manipulated those new Syrian regime. They even said that it is along with ISIS regime, ISIS group, Syrian regime was started to be perceived as a group fighting against Daesh, against ISIS. It was on purpose or not, but today we can talk about a new episode, new period, because Western media is handling Syrian conflicts on a seasonal level. Even today, Western journalists, they believed in the revolution at the beginning, but now they're far from doing so. United States, is it going to be involved within Syrian conflict? If yes, to what extent? Up until now, the humanitarian needs and social needs were not taken into consideration by the Western media. They were mostly taking steps forward in line with their interests. They're asking questions whether the regime is going to collapse or not. As Syrian people, we were hopeful at the beginning. At the moment the revolution started, we started discussing about the collapse of the regime. And today we are suffering from our over-optimistic approach at the beginnings, because we weren't realistic back then. Arabic media, for example, handled Syrian conflict very negatively. And then the hopes, false hopes were there, and they were far from reality. Right now, opposition media, what extent they have become influential on the Western media, we can't talk about a big influence in an attack, for example, Kuta attack. It was in the Western media, but the following attacks were not reflected in the Western media. Because back then, Western media Western policy started to alert that they should not be emotional, and they started to avoid the humanitarian part. Western media didn't carry the human tragedies to their screens. And they started to support the opposition of the United States against Syria, and they started to hyperbole this event in the media, even though it had minor importance within all those big conflicts. It was the false effect of Fox TV. They were reflecting the news, and Fox, on the contrary, was defending one certain party. Because of that, it created a little bit effect on Trump. Baghdadi massacre, some other effects were out there. Fox TV's effect was seen on Trump, and the EU. Macron said that Bashar al-Assad is not killing French people. He's killing Syrian people. So Syrian issue is not a priority for France. And this is a verbal reflection of how the West is handling Syrian issue. I want to cut it short. What's expected at this point? What we expect from the press? Of course, the reality should be reflected, but they ask more than that. It makes Syrian people ready to open up new opportunities. The awareness level should be kept high after Assad. We don't want them to be a party of any side. And people who started the revolution don't know what's going to happen after Assad regime. Syria has to accept the diversity. We want a Syria with diversified culture. Syria needs to be democratic. Tortures must stop in Syria. We would like to give hope to Syrian people. We need to explain to Syrian people, to media, how hopeful we are after Assad regime. If you're being managed by Assad, you're going to be in a difficult position. Progress belongs to everyone, to all ethnical groups. These ideas should be reflected on the media, and it should be realistic. Syrian revolution should go back to its initial script before ISIS, before division. New terms have to be used. We need to reflect that it's a civil war against civilians, and a new press policy and language have to be created. That's all I wanted to say. If you wish for more details, I'm here. Of course, we're going to take our time for questions. I worked in Turkey too, and I know I'm going to discuss how important Turkish media is in handling Syrian conflict. Now, I would like to leave the floor to Amir Matar, chairman of Syrian Journalists Association. He's going to talk about alternative and independent media. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It has been 10 years in the revolution, and I would like to salute you all. My deep respect to you all. Okay, Syrian media. What are the alternative media? What kind of challenges have they faced? What are the main challenges I'm be talking about? If we had more time, of course, I would have commented on the topic more. But of course, I will summarize my opinions to you. Especially Syrian Journalists Association was founded in 2012, and many journalists came together to set this association, and we want to have a free platform to express themselves. And we wish the media and journalists free. Media should support people, not the regime, not Assad. And we wanted to support people, and we wanted to reflect the tortures, massacres, killings of Bashar Assad, to communicate all these messages to the rest of the world. We wanted to show the realities to the rest of the world. It was our aim at the beginning. Of course, we wanted to protect all the journalists. We wanted to support them so that they can practice their job in its due. It was quite difficult to protect the journalists within Syria, especially those in the regime region. We had limited resources. In ISIS region, for example, in many other regions, we lost many journalists. Unfortunately, we couldn't protect them. They lost their lives. The journalists were direct targets in Syria. They were supporting people. They were our brothers. They were trying to show the realities, and they lost their lives in this path. Our resources were limited. We couldn't protect them in the utmost manner. We couldn't protect them because they were working in very difficult regions, under very difficult conditions. As you all know, the journalists are easy targets in such regions. We do have a center for freedom. This under our association. This center is observing all kinds of human rights violations in Syria and document them and present them to the authorities. We are observing the violations of human rights. We report them. We document them. About alternative media, what are the targets of our situation? We need the new media to protect the rights of Syrian people, to be their voice to the rest of the world. As you all know, Syrian media back then in the 1950s, you will remember how it was. There were military coup d'etat in 1940s, in 1950s and 80s. And the media had a huge role.
And of course, afterwards, we started seeing that journalists weren't able to do their profession, especially after coup d'etats. And Syria has survived lots of coup d'etats. If the administration changes hands, when military takes over, they were in charge of everything. And during Bashar Assad and his father's period, journalists didn't have the chance to express themselves freely. Bas Party in 1960s, after the coup d'etat that he made, military coup d'etat that they made, all freedoms were limited. Lots of journalists were arrested. And there was only a Bas newspaper affiliated to this party. Only this newspaper had the chance to publish the news. So can you imagine how it would affect people? We're talking about a one-sided news channel, one-sided newspaper. It was mainly about shutting people down. Excuse me, shutting people's mouth up. So publications, written texts were just to show a different picture. In 1970, there was another coup d'etat. And up until then, the journalists
من الصحافة الحزب الواحد لصحافة
didn't have a chance to express themselves freely, just like I said. And we saw this single party journalism. They were just publishing columns, eulogies to the president, to praise the president.
هي صحيفة واحدة ولكن تشابه كبير في الأخبار.
It was better than it was. And then there were two newspapers sharing the same opinion, publishing the same way. They were showing the good sides of the government, of the administration, not the bad sides. They were trying to convince the people about the government. And after 2011, we started to see lots of different newspapers as well.
معارضة بين الحين والآخر كانت.
They shared the same opinion, unfortunately. They didn't let people share their opinions freely. One-sided, one opinion journalism. We kept seeing the same thing even after the revolution. There were some newspapers who wanted to share their opinions freely, who wanted to express themselves freely. But some journalists couldn't even dare to criticize the government. They couldn't say even a single bad word about them. From 1963 up until 2011, there was only one opinion shared openly. Nobody dared, nobody was courageous or brave enough to share their opinions. And journalism were afraid too. After 2011, of course, it started to change. Because people wanted to know the truth. They took over the streets. The peaceful protests lasted for months. They wanted to share their demands openly. And an activist or a journalist was needed to be their voices. We started to see different media institutions as well. Lots of journalists were working on behalf of the regime, but they started to leave and they started to get affiliated to different institutions in order to share their own opinions freely. They faced a lot of difficulties, that's a fact. They even faced the death, the danger of death. Someone who wanted to share the truth was threatened to death. And the alternative media institutions started to appear after 2011. They weren't affiliated to anywhere. And this is why they didn't have the chance to develop themselves, because they didn't have an institutional structure. Each newspaper had its own opinion and they weren't open to any other opinions at all. So there were lots of mistakes made. And nobody tried to correct them. Nobody gave them the opportunity to correct their mistakes. Even though they didn't confess it, this was the situation. And it, of course, had a negative impact on these institutions. The National Assembly, right after the coalition was formed, are not able to create a unified newspaper. They weren't allowed to do that. And in terms of the content, the National Assembly of Syria and the Council, the National Council, failed totally. Maybe you shouldn't attack them, huh? Yes, but it's a challenge, it's a difficulty, and we need to talk about it. It's been 10 years since the revolution started. We cannot only talk about the positive side, we need to talk about the negative sides as well, because they needed to work institutionally in a stronger way. They needed to have a more corporate structure. They were against everybody who were against them. They opposed everybody who opposed them. It was the regime's media. Everybody was considered terrorists who opposed them. And people who worked in their own media institutions and who left afterwards were also called terrorists. Let's say if you were to talk about the regime or the life in Syria, if you were to criticize in the lightest way, or if you were to share your own opinion, you were considered as a terrorist. And you were attacked, of course. You were threatened to death.
يعني هذه دعوة حقيقية لكل
know how important the profession of journalists. It's a very important profession. We all know that. And we need to protect our journalists.
10 سنوات كانت فيها إيجابيات
كثيرة. We cannot leave them by themselves. Okay, they have pros and cons for the last 10 years, but what's the most important is that Syrian people are free now. They can express themselves freely. They can share their own opinions the way they want. This is what matters the most. This is the first step to take towards a civilian state, and we have taken the step. Thank you very much, Samir. Your speech, in fact, was mainly about the criticism in the media. Of course, we need to say them all openly. Opposition journalists should be able to express themselves. Now, I'm going to leave the floor to Al-Qadr. Can you give me 25 minutes? I will be back. I will be back in 25 minutes. I have to leave now, and I'll be back in 25 minutes. When you have to leave? I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay. Okay, you have five minutes, because the topic that you'll talk about is really important for us, especially when it comes to the eastern part of Euphrates, in terms of intelligence, in terms of media bodies. So thank you. Hello, everybody. I don't have a lot of time, and I will be sharing more information when I come back once again.
بشخصية وبهدف دافع مناطقي بصراحة كان أنا أعتبر هذه المنطقة الجزيرة السورية منطقة
Be
مهمة.
talking about the regional reasons. I also tried to become a press member. I wanted to be a journalist in Jazeera region in the border of Iraq. There were only a few journalists. This is why I wanted to become one. Western media and Arab media should be taken in consideration. We all know that Western media started to publish about Syria later than they were supposed to. But when we look at Arab media, especially in the region that I was trying to work, we can say that the media had a very superficial coverage. And with the entrance of ISIS in my region, in the region that I was in, they started to neglect the region totally. And with the entrance of USA, with the entrance of nationalist militants, with YPG entering the zone, they started to adopt a different policy. So I can talk about 3 different periods. The beginning of Syrian Revolution was not the turning point for the acknowledgement of this region geographically, because there was a very huge resistance. There's a huge diversity. There are lots of ethnical groups, diverse groups that are present in nowhere in Syria. And this is why this is one of the most strategic zones in the country because of water resources, agricultural resources.
بشكل غير مسبوق هذه المنطقة أسقطت فكرة الطائفية عن الثورة لأن الأكراد أو الكرد إخواتنا كانوا هم أول من الناس.
Their relations with the regime, in fact, was also different because of this diversity. This ethnical diversity, Arabs, Kurdish people, different people from different sects, from different religious sects, they could all live together in the region. This is why the Raqqa region, in fact, was shown as a region supporting ISIS during the second period. It seemed as it was the one of the main factors strengthening ISIS. And thirdly,
أن تكون هي صفة هذه الوحدات أن هي كردية ولاحقا استخدام بكثرة مصطلح المقاتلين الأكراد. أنا من الناس بموقع اللي كنت موجود فيه كنت جدا.
I am against naming this organization as a Kurdish organization because I have very close Kurdish friends.
مقاتلين أكراد أنت يعني
And all my Kurdish brothers do not accept that this is a Kurdish organization. They don't want it to be named as a Kurdish organization. So with the entrance of PYD,
هو تنظيم يبحث عن ظهر الإرهاب وبالتالي
with the entrance of PYD, there was a more nationalist view. They started to take it into consideration from a more nationalist perspective, not only theoretically, but we have seen it practically as well. I am against seeing any nation or any group superior than others, especially in Raqqa region. We cannot even consider any race, any ethnic group superior than others, because this is a region where everybody is equal to one another. This difference, this diversity, the ethnicities, in fact, were totally neglected. We were living together there. We were successful living together. And discrimination is something that we are totally against as a community. When it comes to Ras Al-Ain region, we can see that Kurdish ethnic groups are more crowded there. I have to leave right now. I will be back. I will be back as soon as possible, but I gotta go now. Okay, we will be waiting for you to talk about this issue in a more detailed way because it's a very important regional issue. And right now we are going to continue with Turan Kışlakçı. I will leave the floor to this Turkish journalist, and he will be talking about some basic issues about Syria, how Turkish media sees Syria issue. So the floor is yours, sir. So we are talking about a press bulletin. We can talk about the press bulletin.
هذه بشكل جيد صراحة أنا حين
People who weren't journalists play an important role. I was back then at Anatolian Agency and we started to cover Syrian Revolution. I was the head of Anatolian Agency, in fact, and our agency became an agency who accorded a great importance to similar issues. In Turkish press, in international press, I can say that it was really important, but afterwards it lost its importance. After 10 years in Turkey, in Turkish TV, we started to see Syria coverage. The reason for that is the division amongst opposition. And of course, there are lots of different groups, a huge number of different groups. In the beginning, they only had one goal, one objective. But since there are more goals, different goals, it also changed. And Syrian opposition is not putting enough efforts as expected. They couldn't have an agreement on a single objective, and this is one of the reasons to have a divided opposition. In the very beginning, the news, the massacres, in fact, the words massacres was used a lot. It's a very strong word. They tried to show the killing of 2 or 3 people as a massacre. The local press did the same thing. Regional media, the regional press did the same thing. The massacre, the word massacre was very frequently used in Turkish media and in international media, and it had a very bad impact on people. Recently, with the intervention of Turkey and Russia, the Syrian Revolution took a different aspect, and we started to see its humanitarian side more and more. Turkish press or the press institutions of all other countries who were involved started to broadcast the news in a different way. They showed one side as a great one because they were supporting an armed organization, and they tried to show the other one as the worst one. Right now, the conflicts between those groups were quite frequent back then. Right now, we may think that everything can be managed with money, but what do we expect from the press? We need to see these criticism. And as Syrian people, of course, you can criticize yourself, you can self-criticize, but I'm talking from Turkish press point of view. You see it from your own perspective, but I just wanted to share an outer vision. I just wanted to share my own opinion from this side. I wanted to talk about what is expected from the press, from the media. I think that we can take very useful steps after 10 years. We can find some common points. All groups in conflicts, in fact, should find a common point. They need to have meetings. They need to get together. I'm talking about the opposition, of course. We need to unify the opposition. They need to get together under the same roof, for the same goal. This differentiation would continue otherwise. This division between the opponent groups. The refugees, for instance, live in different countries and they get successful. They do great jobs and we need to hear it. We need to know it. It should be shared with people.
على عدة المستويات لتبقى القضية السورية حية في الإعلام وعند الناس والمسؤولين. كثير من الناس المسؤولين والسياسيين
to keep this topic hot in the media. Syrian issue is a very hot topic, so we need to find the opportunity to keep it that way. There are lots of political people who try to keep it away from the media, politics or press members, artists, academics. They try to stay away from the media, but we cannot do that because it's a drama.
هنا يكون درامات كثيرة جدا وهناك أفلام.
They need to use this strength. They need to use the strength of opponents. There should be movies or series about Syria. We're talking about 10 years here. And movie sector also loves this kind of drama, and it would be very useful for Syria to show it everywhere in the world. We need to keep it alive. We need to keep it as a hot topic so that we can see their sorrows. I believe that these are all very important points. Yes, you just talk like you were one of us. Thank you very much. Art and drama, in fact, can be important to show the chronological events of Syrian issue. It can render it more memorable, of course. We have a short movie that we work on. We also have a documentary. We try to share the story of successful people from 80 different countries. Syria and the media of opposition is not close to political side. Yes, culture and art or novels, for instance, can be used as a powerful tool. Syrian opposition media and intellectuals who are not close to politicians to make their voices heard, want their voices to be heard. I know that there are lots of studies going on right now. We know that. But of course, having a Turkish side is not really effective because we need Syrians to express themselves. We need to hear it from themselves. We need Syrian actors in those movies who will explain to the world what really happened. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer. But this is also a platform for us to make our voices heard. I also would like to ask a question to Ms. Badwa. Since you work in a Turkish channel broadcasting in Arabic language, you are very close to Turkish press bodies. You can follow this issue closely. So in Turkish press, in Turkish media, what is the furthest opinion or what is the biggest mistake? Mr. Turan?
خصوصا أن العلاقات كانت بين تركيا وسوريا كانت جيدة ومع ذلك اصطف مع الشعب السوري ومع قيمه وآمن به ودفعه للأمام، دفعه على عدة مستويات سياسيا وإعلامية. أنا
Turkey and Syria have a very strong relationship, and Turkish media was always there with the Syrian people. I worked in TRT Arabic 2 years ago, and Syrian issue has always been a very important issue. From the humanitarian side, it was always shared transparently, emotionally, with a very
للملف السوري
human-like feelings. Even though there were some other more important issues, Syrian crisis had always found coverage. Maybe not on the first page all the time, but always on the second page at least. And Turkey saw this issue from a very positive point of view, very emotionally, just like their own issues. There are lots of variants, there are lots of changes in this Syrian issue. And we know that they changed their attitudes, they changed their approach. Some Turkish channels, in fact, tried to show Syrian revolution. They tried to demonize this revolution, if I may say. But they were not against Syrian people. Of course, some parties had CHP or HDP media or their media platforms tried to mistake Turkish people about Syrian issue. They sometimes tried to share some negative opinions, but Syria became a more and more important issue. They believed that Assad was going to leave and it's only a matter of time. They tried to convince people that it's a matter of time, in fact, but they were trying to prepare Syrian people what will happen after Assad, for the post-Assad period. We need a huge support from Turkey, in fact, for the movies, for politics. We talk about a country who can always stand still with all the diversity in it. And a biggest part of Syrian refugees are in Turkey. Their relations are now as if they were with their family. So that would be all. Okay, I have a question for Mr. Turan Kışlakçı. I mean, I need to be very clear about it, and I will go back to Mr. Samir as well. In Turkey, the Syrian issue between political parties was tried to be used for their own interests. We all witnessed that. We have seen it on the screens as well.
ما يستقبل أو يستضيف سوريين ليعرفوا بقضيتهم للشعب التركي. لكن خليني في نقطة
Turkish TV were hosting Syrian very rarely. Here we can talk about a media preferred discussing issues, Syrian issues with non-Syrian people.
تلفزيونات والصحف كلها أيضا صراحة ما قامت بجهد.
As we all see on TV, they didn't put the necessary effort. Erdogan is of course complaining, but the problematic lies on the manager of these channels, because the government criticized them. Why don't you reflect these realities? Many files have been sent to the channel, to the process of the channels, but they didn't allocate much time for Syria. They said we did this, we did that, this, but in reality we haven't seen anything.
هنا طبعا المشاكل
Even TV channel.
الجميع الإعلاميين العرب والأتراك كان نحن أيضا، لأن كثير من القنوات كنا نستطيع أن نلعب دور ونجبرهم أن نخرج الفنانين.
Play a role as Arabic press members to convince them, especially Syrian journalists, Turkish-speaking Syrian journalists maybe could have done that. In New York Times, we do have some journalists from them. They told us that I went to Yeni Şafak, nobody could speak English. I went to Sabah newspaper, nobody could speak English. When I go to the United States, when I write something about AK Party, everybody reacts, why did you write so? But I'm here. There should be someone who communicate with me in English. I want to talk, but I couldn't find anyone who speaks the same language with me. Those were the complaints. The channels, unfortunately, the press couldn't fulfill their responsibility. In Anatolian Agency, there was a file of Syria, and Syrian people in Istanbul would communicate better. And many other channels, Turkish-speaking Syrian people, would explain what would be happening out there. It happened for a while, but then it stopped again. And even those who were eager to speak about Syria started to media. They communicated incidents and bishops that supported them.
ولكنها إعلامها لا تقوم بالدور الذي هم يريدونها. هناك مشكلة كان عند الإعلاميين.
And it was to support the revolution, but it didn't suit for the revolution. It, on the contrary, gave harm to the revolution. Yeah, we need to bring all these journalists together on the table, all the table, and you, the manager ERP, you need to start. And back then, among the journalists, there were many problems. When you bring this person, the other person wouldn't want to see the other one. So conflicts among them, and there was a problem within Turkish press. Of course, they told me that some changes would be made before Ramadan. We want to bring these people together. They can have a look at Syrian files.
طيب بانتظار عودته إذا كان في هي اللي يتم فيها طرح الأسئلة، كان هناك أحد يعني يريد التداخل أو طرح الأسئلة؟
أنا ممكن أقرأ الأسئلة اللي موجودة إذا تحب.
تفضل طبعا.
لدينا السؤال الأول هو يعني بعيدا عن موضوع الحلقة الجلسة، هل وقعت الثورة السورية ضحية لما بات يسمى الربيع العربي؟ أي بمعنى هل أن تداعيات ما حدث في بعض الدول العربية التي شهدت ثورات الربيع
Syrian Revolution was it the victim of Arabic Spring because it affected the positively. It made Syrian people got scared. If that's the case, how can we convince people, Syrian people, that there wouldn't be any conflict environment after Bashar? How can we communicate it? Thank you.
يمكن إقناع الدول الأخرى في الملف السوري أنه في حال سقوط سوريا لن تتحول إلى ليبيا.
يعني هي صاير فيها أبشع من ليبيا، يعني كيف ما راح تدهور على كل حال يعني.
Bashar Assad. How we convince that we would not be in pieces. Of course, many place in destruction is huge. Arena remain silent against them, and Syrian people were negatively affected. Of course, financially, Syrian people were lost.
أكثر من 100,000 مغيب أو معتقل لا زالوا موجودين في.
The situation has gotten very bad worse because in the regime jail, Syrian people have become many cities. Many people were massacred. People see against the bad administration. I raise my voice, but what does regime do? Regime kills the person who to be heard. What could be worse than that? Therefore, what do people want to do? They would like to express themselves freely.
بس استاذ سمير بدي وبالتالي مشان نكون هيك شوي دقيقين يعني اليوم شو المطلوب اعلاميا من اجل القول بان سقوط نظام بشار الاسد لا يعني سقوط سوريا، لا يعني تقسيم سوريا، لا
يعني
محمد سوريا
people that right now Syria is divided into pieces. People should sit together around one table, and Syrian people should solve their problems on their own. They shouldn't expect the other to solve the problem. They should come together and they should come up with their own solutions. They shouldn't expect anything from anyone else. Then the other parties can be convinced. And these litigation will be eliminated. Syrians must learn about it, about coming together, finding solutions, and they need to show that they can find a solution within themselves. And even if Assad is collapsed, Syria is not going to be divided.
طبعا بالنسبة للنظام السوري لا نتحدث حدث ولا حرج عن ذلك. أتمنى أن يتم
opposition media should reflect it. They come together under one roof. All Syrian people should leave the word hate, and they should stop hateful approaches there. Syrian people, one territory, one roof. They need to come together under that one roof in one territory, no matter which sect or which group they belong, they're one single nation. They need to come to terms. If that happens, then there will be freedom. Everybody is going to be free and they can live their lives as they wish. Therefore, by respecting other people's opinion, by accepting
والدستور هذه الحريات الشخصية، لكن بدي أعطيك
opinion, by understanding them,
جاوب
then they
عليه. عم يسأل
can come together under one roof.
المنصات والإعلام السوري مع
The conflict among the Arabic people, how did it affect Syrian media and Syrian revolution? They're right
دائما في صراعات ونزاعات.
problem. Saudi Arabia and Gulfian countries, they were supporting Syrian revolution at the beginning, but then they started to have different opinions. They came to terms right now. How did it affect the Syrian revolution? With the collapse of Bashar al-Assad,
وبلد خصوصيته اليوم مؤسسات الدولة لا
will divide the country. If any person says so, I answer them. The country is already divided. Assad can't manage the country, so it can't be worse. So no matter what happens, Bashar al-Assad is not protecting the country, is not gathering the institutions under one roof. The country is already divided. Therefore, the collapse of Assad is going to be in a gradual stages. Then there will be transitional management. Then one person will be elected democratically, and then it will be managed freely. But of course, this is not the responsibility of the media. The opposition should come together. The politicians and the civilians should come together, and in a powerful manner, they need to have the same stand against Assad, and they should prepare a program, transformation program under one roof. Therefore, they need to fix the image of Syria on the eyes of the others, and they need to show them that Syria is a country under one roof from different sects, different religions, different groups.
المحوران في تغطية
Till
الثورة
2017,
صدرت بعض الفصائل جهات صدرت
Gulfian countries and Saudi Arabia were supporting Syrian revolution at the beginning.
في الانفصال هو الذي قاتل داعش وهو
And
ليس
it became legitimate. One part said that they went into war against ISIL, and they do have a legitimate basis, and they do have the right to do so. Some parties supported it, some parties didn't. Therefore, the other part said that they were against the region of Syria. So we saw different media approach in this regard. So the media made use in parallel with the interests of that specific country.
اليوم بعد المصالحة الخليجية
were making news about refugees in the time. They were touching up on the humanitarian part. They weren't making any news about Syrian people within Syria how was the situation, how were the houses destroyed, how thousands of people were detained, etc. They didn't communicate what was happening within Syria. They were showing the extreme part. If Syria remains as it, maybe it will jump into other regions. It will affect the whole region because all are at stake in that regard.
فيما يخص منطقة الجزيرة السورية أو ما اصطلح على تسميته إعلاميا شرق الفرات، ونحن نصر على أنها الجزيرة السورية لأن هي تسميتها الجغرافية والوطنية. فمع هاي النقاط اللي ذكرتها في غاية الأهمية، قلنا يعني أكثر التحوير أو التفضيل اللي حدث من قبل الإعلام الغربي الذي عمل في هذه المنطقة أو اهتم في هذه المنطقة. نتكلم عن الأمريكان، الصحف، القنوات.
Different perspectives. And in that region, what that they made what I want to tell you is that did they communicate fake news on purpose or not? This is the question we need to ask. I mean here the Western media. Of course, there were ideological targets, and because of that, they made different news about the situation.
تجارب شخصية. يعني أنا أذكر قبل ما أعمل مع الجزيرة.
I would like to mention about my personal experiences. Before I started working in Idlib, I worked in Washington Post as a reporter. Therefore, I know the field. Raqqa.
خروج عن النظام وهذا
it was out of the control of regime and Hazaki rural areas. Why did the regime lose these regions very easily? They weren't supporting the regime, they were against the regime. Maybe this region is a little bit different politically and ideologically, and many Iranians want to come to these regions. First of all,
موجودين كانوا بريف تل أبيض، فكان هذا الهدف، هذا ال يعني هذا الكعك عبد الله.
There were some groups trying to control the government.
وبعتبر ان هذا هو المشهد، هذا
they were fake news, you know.
إخراجه من الإطار العام كان هو تضليل، وهذا بنطبق على مثال الوحدات الكردية.
But as a whole, they were trying to mislead the people by making fake news.
لأن هذا توصيف الأدق.
Let's talk about PKK.
تجاهل لمظلومية الأكراد، لأن مسألة اعتبار أن العرب
they were people and they for the freedom of Kurdish people. Their ideology is based on like Basque regime. They're managing Kurdish people with pressure. This party and they used people along with the regime. They were expressing their ideologies freely. They were using their national ideologies, but not against Syria, but against Turkey. They were free to pass to Syria, especially before the regime, during that Assad, pressure. They wanted freedom, that they would be against terrorism, and they were trying to fool people. Now that they had this region under control, they started to apply pressure on people. In my opinion,
حتى ما بالغ بالاتهام ولا اروح لنظريه المؤامره، في حاله من التكاسل وفي حاله من اللي بسموها اني بضاعه بياعه. يعني انت الان اذا بتمشي بتقول هؤلاء
didn't want to deal with it. Here I'm talking about Kurdish.
هذا لاني انت
You can take a picture and then you can make news out of that. You're collecting information and you consider it a product. Actually, it's not, because it constituted danger. We were taking it as news because they were giving food. Then they were sharing the food. They were wearing scarves. That was a product of news for us, but then we noticed that it was danger, and we needed to communicate it in a different way. We didn't use these pictures. It was a real picture, but we didn't want to use it.
وسيله اعلام الى اجنده، لكن كان في كسل وكان في
When we look at the agendas,
دام هي ما فخلاص ليش نجيب معلومات الناس
we used to regard them as product. We said that, okay, if we are communicating the product, why complicate the mind? That's a big mistake. That's the game of the media. Of course, media picture communicated, but then it's laziness. You're not making any research about it. You're not getting deep about the issue. Let's say that you have a restaurant and you serve fast food, and there's another with traditional food. You're trying to serve better food. People have journalists well, taking the picture and getting deeper in the picture, or the approaches of importance, as stated by Sabah Hanım. The media didn't affect the decision makers, maybe, but Al Jazeera had huge effect because civilians were real victims of the massacre them. ISIS massacred them. Many journalists were killed by Daesh.
بس فكرة الكسل أو عدم رغبة.
I don't want to use complicating words, but we can say that it's laziness.
يتم إخراجها عن السياق.
They were quite knowledgeable about the incidences.
يعني تضليل.
It was real news, but then it was distorted to complicate the mind of the people on purpose. The effect was huge, of course.
فكرة
Then we saw the results, it was affecting people negatively. And these conflicts were not reflected fully. I want to cut it short. I left the region after ISIS came to that region. And I didn't go there afterwards. People were scared back then. And they couldn't ISIS.
بعام 2014
Someone saying that they are at war for the freedom of Syria. People were thinking so. Therefore, the news, many misleading news were made.
إجراء ضد المدنيين يعني أذكر لحد الآن الساعة السادسة
There wasn't anything against PKK. Then they decided to struggle against PKK. Then a conflict happened, a clash happened, and this Kurdish needs to hit the roads. There was someone from PKK. He was hidden. To detain that person, all the civilians were asked to come to the street. And people's reaction was not positive, because in Arabic regions, Kurdish people were taken out. In Kurdish region, Arabic people were taken out. And of course, this had negative effect on people. 5 years later,
يعني بعد 4 سنين
in 2019, Syrian National Army entered. And 4 years later, after human violations, some houses were raided, and they weren't that enthusiastic. People started to change.
هذا لأن أنت يعني على فكرة سؤالك هل هذا هو دور الإعلام؟ لا، هذا بالضبط مضاد لدور الإعلام. أنت صناعة
misleading news were made, and they lost trust to Syrian National Army. So you need to inform people. You need to make objective news.
لكن خليني نبلش من عندك
You need to get deeper about the news. Matar, I'm going to give you some time.
في تغطية الأحداث الكبرى اللي تحصل على الأقل في منطقة الجزيرة السورية عربيا تركيا دوليا.
This region, the northern Syria, how would you elaborate that?
مساحة ليكون يرد على كل الإعلام الآخر، ليس موضوع السجال ولكن الإعلام الجديد اللي هو إعلام السوشيال ميديا اللي مبني، طبعا ما بقصد يكون صفحة من
Well, with social media, with new media, we cannot open one page and close the other. We're talking about a corporate institution. We're talking about an institution, corporate body, excuse me. We're talking about an institution. It should be different from Facebook, for instance. So we try to work focusing on local groups mainly right now.
وبث رسائل إيجابية.
And we need to hear the news from the people who work there locally.
لأن أنت الآن لما بتشوف التاريخ
We need to share positive messages with people,
وجود هذه
not the negative ones. When we look at the history, well, of course, in that region, we can all see how the history went before the revolution, after the revolution. We can all see them. And we need to take all of them into account. We need to listen all of these from the people there and share it with others. This would be the best way to do that. And especially the national media, national press is very important, especially when it comes to collecting information about this particular region, because they are familiar with that. So they can inform people better about this region. The alternative media, what we call alternative media, can also be, I mean, we're not talking about traditional media, but social media can also be used in order to share this information with others. So maybe we can inform them. For instance, in the very beginning of the revolution, there were lots of pages dedicated to the revolution. We
صحيح استاذ سمير ايضا بدي منك بدقيقتين لانه عم
about the revolution. They show the riots, they show the protests, etc. Okay, you have 2 minutes. They just keep telling me that we have a time limitation, so you will have 2 limits, Mr. Samir. Okay, can you please turn your microphone on? Well, it's really important to get the news from the very source. And it would be much closer to the reality itself. But of course, social media is also used. But I cannot say that it's a trustworthy platform. It cannot be trusted. They don't have resources. So we need to be very careful about it. I'm not saying that social media is totally bad, or they broadcast bad news, or they are misinforming people, but we cannot trust it all the time. Social media cannot be considered as a trustworthy source or as a trustworthy platform. We cannot hear any news from the social media only and consider it true right away and prove it. But if you're talking about a bigger media institution or another press institution, and if they were to confirm these news, we can then consider them as the main resource. We have seen that there were lots of surprising news shared on social media. I have been living in Germany for 30 years. And we don't have Western media here, and it's a huge mistake. And our friends are making the same mistake again. They say that, especially in Germany,
وبعضهم يعتبروه رئيس
we keep hearing news from here and there, from everywhere.
والتركيز الغربي على بعض
They say that the president is a dictator. Some of them say that it's an elected president. So there isn't a media with a single opinion, with a single view. It's not called Western media there.
أو جزء منه عن طريق نشاطي.
طيب استاذ سمير لانه
So how can I change the minds of Western people? And how can I do it with my own activities? For instance, Russia. There were lots of protests against the dictator. Everybody gathered there from the east, from the west, and they shared the news, and everybody understood it very clearly. Mr. Samir, I need to stop you because at 3:30 we needed to start our other session. So I'm going to need 1.5 minutes. We have seen the campaign run by the American media against Trump. So we know that press can play a very important role when it comes to making changes. They can play a very effective role. I just want to emphasize that. Syrian people have varies, of course. All Arabs have worries about the revolution, and we need to eliminate them. We need to convince them. They think that if Bashar Assad left, Syria will be divided, but it's not the fact. We need to share it with
اللي
them.
بدك اياه، اذا خلصتي بيكون كويس، باخذ منك 20 ثانية.
مقترحات او شاطر كمان
Yes, totally.
ضرورة
Yes,
الرأي
Mr.
العام
Samir, just like you said.
العمل عليه في اللوبينج ومنصات يعني تتحدث العربية.
Syrians living in other countries, in Western countries, need to create a platform for themselves in order to share information about Syrian revolution. They need to share the fact with people, with Western people, so that they can create awareness amongst public. In Turkey, in Western countries, as press members, I believe that we need to become a school, if I may say, so that we can inform people in a much better way. Thank you very much. Mr. Samir, you only have 1 minute. Syrian media, Syrian press, or opposition media, let's say, if there were a humanitarian aid.
قضية بخطاب المظلومية. كذلك الأمر على الإعلام أن يبتعد عن خطاب التحريض وخطاب الكراهية والخطاب الانقسامي.
We cannot hate the media.
على الإعلام السوري.
We cannot hate the press. I mean, and they cannot
تتوجه باللغة التركية إلى الشعب التركي.
propagate hate.
الإعلام القادر، المؤسسات السورية
So,
لديها تمويل.
Syrian revolution should be reflected as it is.
أيضا زميلة صبا على السوشيال ميديا لا
In a
تكلف
correct
شيء.
way. We cannot show one side good and the other one as the bad side, but we need to show what's true. We need to show the reality. So we need to create a platform on social media. It has been last years, and we cannot still get together under the same roof, under a single roof.
بنفس السياق على المنصات السورية والإعلامية.
We don't make news in Turkish, for instance. We need to do that too. We need to inform Turkish people about Syrians' legitimate demands. I believe that there are lots of great experiences to be shared in Syria, and they are not reflected at all as they are. The media doesn't show them. The regime media doesn't show them. They try to cover everything the way they want. They want to share their own demands. But right now,
استساغت الجرائم التي تحصل في سوريا تماما كما نجح الكيان الصهيوني في دفع الرأي العام الغربي إلى استساغة الجرائم التي تحصل في
Israel, for instance, just like Israel did about Palestine, the massacres they did. People in the West didn't know it the way they were. They showed it differently, and Bashar Assad is trying to do the same thing. So we need to help Syrian people to share their legitimate demands. Or maybe we need a translator, an interpreter. It's okay. We just need to share it, maybe on Turkish channels, so that Turkish people can also see what Syrians want, what are their demands, what are their rightful demands. So thank you very much for listening to me. I know I took a lot of your time, and thank you all once again. Mr. Samir, sorry for that. Sorry for taking much of your time.
واتشكركم، وان شاء الله يعني نحاول في الايام القادمه او بعد ما نتجاوز مساله الكورونا نعقد الملتقى الاعلامي السوري التركي الثاني، نخرج فيه بخطوات عمليه اكثر من الخطوات النظريه ان شاء الله.
كانت تجربه مهمه،
سعيد جدا
تستمر يعني هاي التجربه.
Well, it was a very good experience for us. Yes. Yes, it's really important for us. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
فهمي، دكتور فاتح، دكتور رهف، إذا ممكن تنضموا لنا. أرحب بالضيوف الذين سيكونون معنا في هذه الجلسة التي سنتناول فيها الأبعاد وآثار العشر سنوات التي مرت فيها سوريا على القضايا الاجتماعية والإنسانية. طبعا لدينا ضيوف من مناطق مختلفة، مراكز مختلفة. لدينا الدكتورة رهف الدغلي، وهي محاضرة في جامعة لانكستر البريطانية، وتركز في أبحاثها بشكل عام على القضايا الاجتماعية وقضايا الهوية والمواطنة والعلمانية. ولدينا الدكتور فهمي الأحمد، وهو صيدلاني وهو يقيم في الشمال السوري، يمكن هو الضيف الوحيد الذي انضم إلينا من الداخل السوري كون المشاكل التقنية لا نستطيع تجاوزها أحيانا، وهو يعمل في منذ بداية الثورة في المجال الطبي والإغاثي، ويعمل حاليا منسق طبي ومنسق استجابة في قطاع الصحة والتغذية. وطبعا الضيف الثالث هو الدكتور فاتح شعبان، وهو رئيس أو مدير المركز الأكاديمي لدراسات التنمية والسلام، وهو أكاديمي سوري ويهتم في قضايا التعليم العالي والتعليم بشكل عام، وله العديد من الأبحاث مع العديد من الجامعات البريطانية، منها بحث مع جامعة كامبريدج، ويعمل خبير دولي حاليا في دراسة تعدها أوكسفورد بوليسي مانجمنت عن التعليم في سوريا. في البداية اسمحوا لي أن نبدأ مع الدكتورة رهف. السيدات دائما في البداية، فنسمع منها عن تأثير الحرب عن الهوية السورية، وأحب أن أنبه من لديه أي سؤال بإمكانه الكتابة على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي على الفيسبوك أو على اليوتيوب تحت البث المباشر، وسنسألها للضيوف. تفضلي دكتورة رهف.
شكرا جزيلا لمركز أولا مرحبا جميعا. بدي أشكر مركز أورسام وكل من ساهم على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر المهم بمناسبة مرور 10 أعوام على الثورة السورية. حقيقة سأتحدث من مجال اختصاصي عن أزمة الهوية وأبعاد ضعف الدولة الوطنية في سوريا وما أنتج ذلك من انقسامات وصراع هوياتي بين مكونات المجتمع السوري، وهذا ليس فقط بعد عام 2011 ولكن أيضا قبل 2011. يعني محور الحديث اللي رح أتطرق له هو تداعيات الحرب على تأزيم الوضع الاجتماعي والإنساني والتحديات التي سنواجهها كسوريين في بناء دولة مدنية تعددية فيما بعد مرحلة الأسد. أولاً لا حقيقة لا أريد أن أبدأ حديثي عن الأبعاد الإنسانية والاجتماعية للحرب من خلال الاكتفاء فقط برصد أرقام وإحصائيات المفقودين المهجرين القسريين أو المعتقلين، طبعاً على أهمية ذلك ولما أرى من شأنه أن يقزم المآسي ويحولها إلى مجرد عدد، ولكن سأتطرق إلى الجانب المفاهيمي والإطار النظري للهوية الوطنية وأثر العنف، حقيقة العنف السياسي والأيديولوجي الذي مارسه النظام خلال 4 عقود، وأيضاً استقطاب الحراك إقليمياً وتدويل الأزمة وما أثر ذلك إلى ترسيخ الانقسام الاجتماعي بين جميع السوريين بكافة مكوناتهم وأنواعهم. بداية هناك العديد من الدراسات التي اكتفت في حديثها عن الصراع في سوريا إلى أنه حرب إقليمية وصراع جيوسياسي إقليمي، أو حتى تقديم صورة تبسيطية على أن الصراع هو مشكلة سنية علوية أو منافسة سنية شيعية. طبعاً جانب آخر يتم التحدث عنه هو قضية إعادة الأعمار، ولكن علينا بعتقد كباحثين وأكاديميين أن نطرح أسئلة جدية عن بناء الإنسان السوري. وهنا رح خصص تماماً الحديث عن نظرية بناء الهوية الوطنية والتي قد أضعفها النظام لمكاسب شرعية وبقائية خلال مدة حكمه ل5 عقود. أولاً أريد أن أبدأ بمراجعة تاريخية مقتضبة وسريعة لخصوصية الحالة السورية، وهي تندرج تحت أن الانقسام المجتمعي الموجود هو أولاً نتاج كولونيالي. التأزم الاجتماعي هو ليس فقط حصيلة ما حدث بعد عام 2011، وهو لكن أيضاً نتاج كولونيالي، حيث أن مثلاً محاولة الانتداب الفرنسي لتقسيم سوريا إلى دويلات ذات طابع طائفي أنتجت هويات فرعية داخل سوريا. وكان أيضاً فيما بعد ذلك المحاولة للتصدي للاستعمار تم تجزيء الهوية السورية في هذه المرحلة، وخصوصاً ما رافقها من سيطرة الانقلابات العسكرية في ذاك الوقت. طبعاً عندما جاء البعث قام بفرض
French people and it stopped them from realizing their plans. And afterwards, secularism was imposed as a way of thinking. They tried to create a peaceful society, a peaceful people. But there were weaknesses in Syria, vulnerabilities. People are very attached to their families, and it was also planned. It was planned. They want people to be affiliated with a single ethnical group, and it also created identity conflicts. Arab identity was put forward. It was the regime's demand because it was a very strong identity. It's a very strong structure. For instance, Palestine issue was also acknowledged by Arab countries. They wanted to own it. The regime ignored all other ethnical groups, all other ethnicities. They tried to ignore them. I'm talking about pre-2011 era. And I also would like to talk about the belief groups, about the faith. The regime was supported by people believing in the same thing, of course, having the same faith, such as Alawites. They wanted to politicize them. And after 2011, Sunnites have been politicized as well. We started to see Sunnites in opposition as well. Syrian people have always lived together with one another, but right now it's not the case. We can all see that. All beliefs, all races, all ethnical groups were tried to politicize. This is the regime's policy, in fact. They wanted to do that in order to gain more political power, in order to gain more military power. We could no longer talk about the national military. We couldn't talk about the national army, but it turned into an army protecting one single family. Starting from 1970s, they wanted to impose a certain ideology, and it was their own ideology. It was the ideology of Bas. Even though they claimed they had secularity as an important principle to their ideology, but it's really, really not the case. I would like to say that. They wanted to involve Sunnite side. And this ideology was ruling in the army, in security forces. This is what they tried to do. After his father, when Bashar Assad took over, he paid more attention to economy. And what I'm trying to say here is the following. They tried to use the ideology of past, and during Bashar Assad's ruling, he tried to show as if he were paying more attention to economy, and he was. This is how he helped a certain people to get richer and richer, and this is how social disturbances deepened. And we need to ask a question. The political support towards this ideology, how can we weaken it? Well, we need a more independent economy. We need a more independent foundation. And the liberalization of the economy, in fact, has been showed as it existed, but it was not the case. I'm talking about Assad's period. I mean, there was no relation between economy or politics. For instance, there were some social groups who preferred to live in a grayer zone, in a more impartial zone, in order to not harm their economic interests. And Assad opened the way for them, opened the path for them. It continued up until 2011. But the liberalization of economy had a huge impact on Syrian revolution, on Syrian crisis. Before 2011, thanks to the liberalization of economy, Assad had a longer office. People needed to hide their side. They postponed their economic interest, but it didn't last long, of course. And additionally, I also would like to say one thing. After 2011, they wanted to secure the Sunnite groups. They wanted to keep them as a single group. Not only the Alawites, but also the Sunnites were used. And Shiite militia from Iran also were used. The regime used all ethnic groups, all religious sects. They wanted to politicize all of them. They wanted to take them to their side. And this is how they tried to survive longer. And politicized Sunnites is what I'm talking about. After 2011 up until 2020, all speeches, all discourse were in fact for Sunnites. All of his words were for Sunnites. We can all see that. And right now there is a war between Sunnites with themselves. There is a war between Shiites with themselves. So this bus ideology still continues. They believe that they have a common point, but of course, great Sunnite professors were also politicized. They turned into a reflection of Bashar al-Assad. So Sunnite professors' discourse were very similar to Bashar al-Assad's discourse. So it's a new problem that we're facing. There was a war between Sunnites and Shiites, but it's no longer the case because just like I said previously, it's a fight between Sunnite and Sunnites. It's a fight between Shiite and Shiite. So it gained a totally new dimension. We are talking about an impact, but a long-term impact, especially with these religious discourses. This is the case. So to sum up, we will be mainly focusing on Alawites, but instead of that, we can do something else because the regime doesn't trust Alawites anymore. They had been successful to politicize Sunnites. So finally, what I want to say is the following. Up until 2005, regime claimed that they were defending secularity, laicism, but after 2011, we have seen that it was not the case. They had a much Sunnite discourse after 2011. and it made people divide more and more. Even though the impacts of the war still continue, we still have one constant, and it's the ruling of the regime. We talk about a very big geographical region. They still rule it. And the international public opinion keeps changing its attitude, its approach. We're not talking about a military war here. It has many other dimensions. It has an ideological dimension. It has an ideological aspect. And if we were to end it, if we were to end it military-wise, it would still continue ideologically. Syrian regime, Bashar Assad regime, tries to show as if they won it, but so far, we need to know that we should stand against it. We need to object. We need to know, we need to find out how to do that. We need a new Syria without ideologies, and we need to work for that. There are lots of questions, and there's an answer to all of them.
والبدائية اللي هي غير طوعية وهي
an inclusive ideology. It is far from an ideology. How can with every ideology? What kind of effort should they in order to come up with management? But nation ideology, inclusive ideology, they don't have reasonable answer to that.
دكتور انجليزي ya da Türkçe hocam?
Do you hear me now? I talked to Turk Telecom. They solved the issue, but you know, this is how it is. Sorry.
تفضلي دكتورة أسفل.
يعني تمام. هلا كيف يمكننا نتجاوز أزمة
How can we overcome this problem? The ideology part and identity problem, how can we overcome that? We need to understand that commitment to the regime doesn't bring an identity, because here we are talking about a regime of which field is ideologized, and we need to find a path, non-emotional and reasonable one, and we need to come up with a reasonable infrastructure. And of course, there are external actors affecting Syria, because the competition of external factors are still of great importance and affecting the situation. There is no more peaceful revolution in the region, because here we are talking about a Syria with a real terrorism problem, and every part taking place in these efforts, in these positive efforts, should know about it. Armed forces are far from being useful. You can see this reality when you look at the current data. And we know that a strong country cannot be found by armed forces. And somebody tries, some groups try to regard the regime as a country. We can't say that there is a state here. Public institutions don't exist. And at the same time, in order not to deepen the division of Syrian society, the solution should not be expected from external parties. The solution should be found within. And we need to come up with a plan to bring all Syrian people together. And we need to come up with an idea bringing the geographies together. The approach of the regime, they adopt a position accusing Israel and the United States. And they say and try to convince their own people that this is because of their sanctions. And we can say that they are successful in doing so to a certain extent. We need to come up with unifying sense and approach. And what might be the role of the academicians in that regard? Because academics, their only responsibility is not to deepen this division. They need to notice that they do have an important role to unify the society, bring the society together. And this matter needs to be solved locally, not internationally. And in order for us to overcome this social problem, we need to use soft power. Thank you very much, Rahaf Hanım. About identity issues and how identity changed and how religion was handled and what the regime. Now, I would like to give the floor to Fehmi Bey. Do you hear me, Fehmi Bey? Do you hear me? Fehmi Bey?
أين وصلت بعد 10 سنوات من
السلام عليكم، مساء الخير جميعا. طبعا بداية أشكر مركز الشرق الأوسط للدراسات على الاستضافة.
I would like to thank for inviting us to this symposium. We do have some in the northern Iraq. From times. Sorry about that in advance. I would like to salute you all with deep respect and love, and I want to thank ORSAM once again for giving us this opportunity. We do have an important matter, the migration, and I will be giving you many figures about it. Syrian conflict is the most dramatic event of the 21st century, so it's not possible to cover everything in 15 minutes.
ساهم في رفع عتبة الاستجابة، أو إحنا خلينا نقول طبيا نسميها عتبة التنبيه.
Media could fulfill their role, and media had negative influence on the revolution, and this matter didn't affect international arena and maybe Arabic region as well. During the talks we had with Syrian people, as stated by Rahaf Hanım,
إعلام السوشيال ميديا على فيسبوك تشاهدون التعليقات للسوريون.
The difference is huge. When you look at the dialogue of Syrian people on social media, you will see the huge gap.
فنشاهد يعني حدا يدعي على الناس.
90% of Syrian people are below the poverty line. People are really in difficult situation, but they can't say a word. And in Kasset region, people were repressed. We lost. Okay, he's back.
أنا عملت في المجال الإنساني قبل بداية الثورة السورية من عام 2009-2010.
I worked in the humanitarian mostly.
استقلالية للأسف ما كان الكثير من الشباب والشعب السوري يعرف يعني.
We learned to serve the whole humanity without making any discrimination. And people don't know how to do this humanitarian. For example, we were sending many medical devices and materials, and many Syrian youngsters were working enthusiastically and humanitarian aid institutions in the opposition region. People is that responsibility of humanitarian aid, but in the region of the regime, they were at a different dimension. What are the principles of humanitarian aid? In some regions, for example, it was forbidden to send humanitarian aid to some certain regions. And if they receive humanitarian aid, one certain region, they don't want that region, the other region receive that same aid. Therefore, they were divided even more. So if we are helping human beings, we need to make them have an access to this aid, humanitarian aid, without making any discrimination. They had many local partners, 50,000, 60,000 people work in humanitarian aid, in health support. And we worked on social issues as well. And we earned experiences during the but the gaps among the Syrian people have increased. When that humanitarian aid is being sent to the counter group, they want to stop that. You don't need to make any discrimination. Humanitarian aid, because if you don't do so, the conflict will gain dimension. There are some Islamic groups or conservative groups if humanitarian aid groups are in that region, they were trying to underline their own ideologies and they were not helping different ideological groups, and they were stopping those groups to make use of those aids. Therefore, this gap, the Syrians has even increased. They started to feel hate. They started to hate one another. It's really bad. You can't leave people to their fate. You can't leave them to death. Even if they don't agree with you, they might have different ideologies, but you can't let that people die. It's against human rights. There's an association, for example, that this association is serving for this region. These aids are going to go this part, not that part. It's meaningless. They were serving for some specific certain regions, and they weren't sending them to other regions, even if maybe they were in more need than the other one, just because of their ideological differences. This created a huge problem. If we are talking about humanitarian aid, you should not make any discrimination among people. And us as humanitarian aid workers, we should think. We shouldn't make any discrimination because we might be connected to a military or political group, but we should get rid of the ideology while helping people. And it was against human rights, and it affected Syrian people very negatively. We are face to face many challenges. And as we are in this sector of humanitarian aid, we are really encountering very serious challenges in that regard. Many obstacles we need to overcome, and there are some statistics, especially about food, health services. For example, when Corona first started in the northern Syria, intensive care unit wasn't enough. After the first wave of Corona ended,
علينا فتره بشهر 11 و12 2020 كانت تجاهها باوجها فصار يموت العديد من المرضى نتيجه عدم وجود ادويه ومستشفيات.
In 2020, in October and November, we had great difficulty, and coronavirus was everywhere. And the hospitals were not enough. And of course, we were having difficulty in the borders because we couldn't get those patients to Turkey. We will get back to you after the connection gets better. Now I will turn to Dr. Fatih Bey. Now we are going to talk about education. Education is one of the most important elements that will affect Syrian future.
تصف لنا الوضع في عام 2020 بعد مرور 10 سنوات.
And education isn't given much of attention right now by the NGOs. In 2021, how do you see about the situation in Syria in terms of education? I would like to thank ORSAM for their attention to the Syrian issue. Education in Syria is in a very bad situation, as you may guess. In the past, Syria was all around the world, but now in a very bad situation, and education is the most important field that requires attention. Rahaf Hanım mentioned about identity and humanitarian aid, and social dimensions were discussed, health issues were discussed, but the future of Syria is going to be determined by the level of education that we are going to provide for youngsters. And the gap among the Syrian people can only be overcome by keeping the level of education high. Since 2011, education sector started to be diversified, it decreased. And Syrian Revolution, as it turned into a war, that deteriorating position of the education deteriorated more, even more. 1,700,000, around 2 million Syrian children don't have access to education in spite of the fact that they're at the proper age. And 1,400,000 students had to drop out of school because of many issues. It might be financial, political, or security issues. They need to work, some of them, most of them, in order to live on. And because of the insufficient infrastructure of the schools, some had to drop out. And geographical division has also affected education negatively, and insufficient number of teachers, and also insufficient level of education of teachers. Good teachers left the country, and some teachers left teaching in order to make more money in other jobs. In refugee camps, 74% of refugee camps, they don't have any education. And in 85% of the refugee camps, there's no high school education. These ratios differ from location to location. And of course, financial issues are at the core of education sector, but more dangerous than that, the regime is politicizing the curricula. In the social media, we see some videos, important names, for example, who died in the regime, are appreciated. You know, in 2000, they are like treating them as holy people. Here we are talking about a person who destroyed the country, but that kid learns that that person is a hero, and it's difficult to take it back. I know that in the northwestern part of Syria, PYD, this terrorist organization, is not different from the regime. They're politicizing the curricula, and the curricula is far from our culture, our tradition. They're imposing that ideological curricula on children. They used to complain about the non-existence of Kurdish education. Now, they're not meeting the education needs of the Arabic people living in that region, in their region. In order to struggle against it, we know that there were some demonstrations and protests. And in the northern part, under the control of the opposition, the situation of the education is diversified. Internal migration has been directed toward the region where schools are not enough. The number of schools is not enough. And support to education, I mean, financial support to education is not that much. A couple of months ago, there were also demonstrations by teachers because they weren't paid their salaries. For the last 4 or 5 years, they work on a voluntary basis. Therefore, children are not attending school and they can't get proper education. There are many reasons behind it. And the capacity is not big, not enough in that region. And newly graduate, there are also people who become teacher without before graduation, and even those high school graduates become teachers. This is about the governance of the education. We know how the energy sector is being managed by the regime. The ministry is managing education by the regime. And in PYD, they say that they are local administration, and they allege that they don't want a place in the management of Syria. They want their own cultural wishes. They want them to be permanent within the society. For this reason, they attached more importance to education in the northwestern part. Fırat Kalkanı and Zeytin Dalı operation zone, we can talk about more stable education policy. Of course, Turkey is an important factor in that regard. The salaries are being paid and the economy is more stable in that region. And of course, stability in economy is important for the stability of the education. But in this region, there is another threat. The education doesn't have any approach because sponsors are different for each school. Therefore, the agendas of those schools differ from one another. Some regions attach more importance to education, some don't. Therefore, the level of education changes from region to region. Idlib, Aleppo, in the western part, there is a Ministry of National Education, which is under Syrian temporary state, but in reality, they don't function. Schools under this National Education Directorate, they can have access to support, financial support, and the schools which are not connected to this directorate, they can't receive the financial support. Temporary government and Syrian National Coalition, they do have conflict, as you all know, and they're all reflected on education. And the diplomas, especially 9th grade diploma and high school diploma, are being given by Syrian National Coalition. And the diplomas of Syrian National Coalition is recognized by Turkey, by some Western countries and the United States. But because of the interventions in education system, we have started to see the reflections of them, which are unacceptable because the litigation and the conflict in the region is going to have an impact on the recognition of the diplomas by the other countries. If this conflict goes on, the diplomas might not be recognized by the countries. As a university, Aleppo Free University was established, Idlib University was established, and higher education started to gain a little bit impetus, slowly, of course. Universities do have more problems. Because they are alone in the international arena. Countries like Russia, China, and Iraq we know that they support regime universities, and the university founded by the opposition, they signed agreement with the universities in Turkey, and these universities became more important, and there are many other fields to work on in these fields. And we know that Turkey helped them to recognize the diplomas.
Free Aleppo University has an agreement with Mardi University as well as another Turkish university and tried to follow it up very closely. Free Aleppo University is a university that I follow very closely, just like I said, and universities in the region were not established to transfer our human resources to other countries. We established these universities to develop our own country. So the presence of these universities of course caused university staff to flee away. We're talking about the 30,000 university students. They migrated. Our students have the chance to enroll in Turkish university. Of course, it's a good thing, but making it so easy, in fact, and losing our human resources is really far away from what we aimed. When we look at the future, universities established by the opponents, we can say that they will all have a very short period of life. United Nations, especially, has a close relation with Syrian regime, and they are acknowledged as the legitimate party acknowledging them. And their support for the education is also in the regime region. The northern part of the country receives support, but it's really weak. It's a very small support. International support is mainly focused on their zone, on their region. They are trying to seize all possible opportunities. And we complain about it, and we share our complaints at every possible platform. PKK is a terrorist organization, is an acknowledged terrorist organization, and they don't even hesitate in supporting them. It's really disturbing for us. It's really annoying for us. They don't act sensitive enough. Our people have their own weaknesses as well. I mean, they try to protect their own interests. Humanitarian aid, for instance. There are some international criteria for humanitarian aid, but even the ones who determine those criteria ignore them. for their own political interests.
دكتور فاتح على هذا العرض اللي يلخص وضع
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Fatih. Your presentation was mainly about education, higher education, and how is the general situation right now. I believe that you touched upon very important points. You talked about international support and how it was focused on a particular region and how other regions were totally neglected. Even terrorist organizations were supported, you said. You talked about humanitarian aid as well. And while doing so, I can say that loss of internet connection can also be considered as a humanitarian problem. He connected from Syria and he had a connection lost. Well, in order to come to Azaz, I passed lots of control points. Cars having an Azaz plate, license plate, cannot go to Idlib, and vehicles having an Idlib license plate cannot enter Azaz. It's a huge problem here. After a certain point, the Syrian experience can become more problematic. There are some problems that are neglected, and one of them is health issues. Only some parts of society have access to healthcare services. Some regions in Idlib there is a center and they can only have 15 patients at a time. We communicate and they transfer these patients to another health center. So transportation is also another problem we face in the country, in this region. In our region, especially in the northern part, handicapped people, people with disabilities face serious problems, serious difficulties. We have friends, brothers, sisters with disabilities. They have very important needs. They need some equipment. They have special needs, just like I said, but unfortunately, we try to find a way for them to meet their needs. We try to share what they need, but the supporters are not convinced. We cannot convince them, and we cannot find what they need so that we can give it to them. This is also a humanitarian aspect. I try to share this message, but we cannot change their lives. We cannot help them the way we should. We have limited resources here. We all know that. For instance, health sector. In the first quarter of 2021, people working in humanitarian aid institutions said that these support have been limited. For instance, there were some healthcare centers who helped people with their prostheses, with their replacement, and they can no longer do that because they no longer receive support from others. Some of them were totally bombed and destroyed, some healthcare institutions, so they cannot be supported. We cannot help people with their needs. Why they stopped helping? Well, the most important reason is that they don't have a particular vision. Syrian Revolution cannot show itself as a common point, and they cannot manage resources correctly. Some people have health needs, some people have protection needs, some people have financial needs. So these aids, these support were not distributed equally or fairly. And these help, these humanitarian aids were stopped because it wasn't distributed equally. Hospitals, healthcare centers, some of them had to fire their workers because they couldn't pay their salary. The price of all medicaments, all drugs increased as well. We don't have enough drugs, enough medicaments. So we had to shut down some hospitals totally. For instance, let's say we have a patient and they need at least 40,000 liras to buy a blood pressure drug, or a patient with diabetes. They need insulin shots and they have to spend 40,000 Syrian lira per month. It's equal to a public officer's salary. So it's a huge problem in Syria. We have lots of teams and we went to different zones with them, to different regions, and we have seen that people really took over the streets in Afrin, in other parts. They all have patients. They wanted to transfer them to somewhere else, but we only had one vehicle and it wasn't possible for us to carry them all. In 2016, in 2017, there were some questions asked before we migrated there. We tried to see what we can do to help migrants, how we can support them. We tried to work in cooperation with humanitarian aid institutions. We tried to see what they are doing, what they do about it. There were some tents, okay, but what about the winter? In the cold weather, there were pouring rain, and it was all over the tents. There were different pandemics. In the summer, in the winter, there were lots of diseases, not only coronavirus. For instance, there was also another pandemic because there is no hygiene in the tent zone. It's like they are totally forgotten. There was a plague pandemic even. Everybody says something, but nobody does anything. They find these tents and they go there to take the picture of people living there, and people is sick of it. We need to find a way to work in cooperation with humanitarian aid institutions. There are huge obstacles in front of us, but we have been trying to do the same thing for the last 10 years. So we are quite experienced right now. We have young people working with us and they can help us. We can make great things. They can share their own experiences as well. And hopefully in the future, supporters will continue to help us. When we look at the numbers shared by the states goes up to millions of dollars. They need millions of dollars, but all of them are used for something else.
لكن شيء حقيقي يعني تخيل يعني كان هناك
Where do they spend all this money? Where does the money goes?
الناس كانوا يقولون بدل أن توعيني بأضرار الذباب يعني خصص هذا المبلغ.
For instance, there is a disease called Leishmania. It's a fly, it's a bug harming people, and millions of dollars was used to get rid of this disease, but we couldn't get rid of it. So where did the money go? Another issue is water health, for instance, water hygiene. When we want to inform our people, when I want to sign a form, for instance, we wonder if they would be okay signing it, because people don't accept anything. They are afraid. And one final example that I would like to share with you. Everybody's asking, where does the money go? And we keep hearing that there are projects, different projects with the thousands of dollars of worth, but people keep suffering there. These humanitarian aid institutions, for instance, they say that there are thousands of dollars of worth aid, and they can maybe open a house for 2 people, but where is this money? We all know right now where is this money, right? So now I will leave the floor to Ms. Rafa Alugli. No, we have a question. We have a question from YouTube. Did we have Syrian identity in the past? You said that it was lost, but did we have it in the past? Syria was not a state. It was a province. And then they formed a state. So was there a Syrian identity to talk about in the past? Even. I'm just sharing with you the questions, and then you can answer them all at once. There's a huge threat to Syrian people. We talk about diversity, we talk about different mosaics, but we see that they are all lost. Only 4% of the population is Christian right now. There were different sects, different religious sects, but they are all lost. And this is a huge threat because they consider people from different religious sects as a threat. Thank you very much for this question. I think there was a question from a researcher as well. Just like Dr. Fatih said, I completed my master's program in UK, and for the last 10 years, I've been hoping the same thing. I keep hearing people getting their diplomas from respectable universities, and they keep asking how they can be of any benefit for Syria, how they can help universities in Syria. It's a very good question to ask. We can also work in cooperation with Turkish academicians. For instance, how can I provide online lessons? I have lots of other academician friends who ask me the same question. We need Syrian people. For instance, Syrian academicians living in other countries can consider it. Because when it comes to identity, I can say that it's an important issue to touch upon. You said if we had a national identity in Syria, and I can say from my own experience that symposiums like this one is where I try to share my identity. I try to make my voice to be heard. Syrian academicians, Syrian researchers try to protect their own interest. They try to politicize our voices. I know that. But I also believe that it's important for us to defend our own identities. We need to use every possible way to do that. In Syria, the parts under the control of opponents, we need to support the academicians. There is a recent research which will be published soon, and it's about Syria in Bas period. They claim that Syria was a very modern country back then. And they say that it's an identity that cannot go further than 100 years old, that cannot date further than 100 years. I believe that an identity, a Syrian identity, was acknowledged and it could not pass our borders. We criticize it, but we need those borders in order to gain a national identity, in order to form a national identity. But the regime destroyed this identity totally. It turned Syrian identity into an Arab one, into an Arabic one. And they also created secondary identities as well. Ethnical identities deepened and deepened. We talk about 40 years. This regime has 40 years old. We didn't have political awareness. I don't want to generalize, but we need to have an identity. We need to have conscience. We need to have awareness about this identity. We didn't define ourselves as Syrians, but we were defining ourselves as Syrian Arabs. Of course, dedication or engagement to the leader, to the army, were imposed on us, but we want to protect our own identities. Okay, I have another question. I mean, you painted a very hopeful picture, especially in terms of education, in terms of higher education. Universities in Syria, what kind of future they can expect? As Ms. Rahaf said, lots of universities started providing online courses. And academic staff don't have to be there physically. So what do you think about seizing such opportunities? First of all, I would like to thank Ms. Aldugli because we have lots of experiences. Academicians living abroad can be used in Syria, and we try to make it possible. And a very important topic for me is the following. Education still continues. It's very important. We cannot underestimate the tragedy that Syria has been through. We talk about the destroyment. We talk about the humanitarian tragedy. but the education still continues. Okay, it's not the way it's supposed to be, but even though we still have education and it's an important success, having higher education in the country is a very important success. We cannot consider university where we have human resources, and we cannot establish universities to send these people away. We don't have corporate education institutions right now. We just have few universities who try to survive by themselves. So somehow we need to find a way to gain more recognition internationally. This is what we try to do right now. I believe that if we need to adopt a Western point of view, I can say that I have been there too. I worked in cooperation with higher education institutions, but none of them were aware of the facts of the region, and they didn't want to come here either. This is why universities like this one couldn't get an international recognition. So it's very important for us. University staff are graduates from Syria, from Middle East. There are only few people who can speak English, for instance, amongst academicians. So generally speaking, the education institutions should be centralized, because if we want to protect Syria's unity, we need to have equal education and equal education opportunities for all society, for everybody. The curriculums should be close to one another. But international interventions to only some of them created changes in the curriculums. Not all Syrian people could receive the same education, but they need an equal access to education. Local governments try to protect their own interests, and they also do that by changing the curriculums. But I can say that it's very dangerous, especially for the future. Education is a very critical issue, and we need to protect it. We need to keep it under a single roof. We need equality, and we cannot neglect it. We are hopeful about the future. As long as we have education in the country, we can keep our hopes alive. This is our problem. This is nobody's problem. It has always been our problem before it became somebody else's. And if we cannot manage it successfully, we cannot solve our problems. And another very important issue is that we have lots of people, we have lots of energy in our country, but we know that we are all being consumed for personal interests of some people. We know that they wanted to get broadcasted on TV in order to have improvement in refugee camps. But we know that they weren't honest. And as long as we don't have honesty, we cannot have any improvement at any of this. It's not possible. So this is why we need to solve our own problems. Otherwise, different parties will be involved and we will be the ones consumed. We need to know that. Thank you very much. It's really important, yes. For instance, we talk about an individual. trying to manage an institution, and if they try to shape everything according to their own benefit, to their own interest, well, it cannot continue that way. There's a region not under the control of the regime, of the existing regime. There isn't any corporate or institutional structure there. We try to manage it somehow. But 10 years later, we can say that there are still lots of institutions. There is still no coordination between all these institutions. And we need them to work cooperatively under a single system. And we need to find out how. What can we do about it? We need to find that out. We need to define our own needs. Some aids, some helps are granted even though the people don't need it. Do you think there's a particular policy trying to take all of them into consideration? Well, Syrian organizations are not able to realize what they want. Humanitarian aid groups compete with one another instead of helping people. So they need to get coordinated to meet people's needs.
Let's take a $1,000 project, and then I get more people, then winter will come, and the dramatic situation will link the different needs at these projects. As Syrian people, we can't communicate the real problems and real needs of Syrian people to those who financially support us. Right now, what do we do on a daily basis? The employees of humanitarian aid institutes, these people should be educated about humanitarian aid. What is it? How are we going to make people have an access to that? How can we carry those needs to people? And we need to prepare projects according to the real and prioritized needs of people. And they will say that we don't know about these terms, so they need education as well. The real projects and health projects, for example, health development projects, they will say that we have heard the names of these projects. They have not been trained about these terms and these projects, so we need to do that in the utmost manner. Let's say that project against social violence, gender, for example. They don't know these terms. How can you explain these people that there is a social violence? How are we going to communicate the messages? Therefore, these people working in the humanitarian aid need education. We need to organize trainings for the trainers and for the humanitarian aid workers. They are right. But, there's nothing we can do. We're trying to communicate these issues to the supporters. But as stated by Rahaf Hanım,
support comes to a certain institution and that institution uses it. So they're not being transferred to people who are in need. We say many things, they neglect it, and these institutions do have the power. And some of this support might go to the pocket of certain people. These supports are not being used properly. And the social workers, they don't know about humanitarian aid terms. And we need to educate our people about that. Us as the health service providers, we must know about this term. If we can't answer the questions of Syrian people, then we can't serve for our people. And there is also lack of coordination among the institutions. Let's say that, in the countries that we migrated, in different parts of Syria, there is a communication gap and lack of coordination and communication. Therefore, we need to foster the communication and cooperation among the regions and among different locations as well. There is one more point about national education and about higher education in northern Syria. Because of the financial issues, girls don't attend schools. It's not about religion. It's not a social issue. They don't attend school because of the financial problems. Females can't attend school because of the financial problems. They're all complementing one another. Now I would like to give 1.5 minutes to each speaker, and I would like to ask their recommendations. I provided training in Idlib for 2 years. When the university was first opened, the number of females was higher than the males back then. I'm talking about the university. It was not a social issue. Afterwards, they started to drop out of the university because of financial issues. I participated in the previous session as well. There needs to be an open communication that will include each and every one of Syrian people. We need to open up a good communication channel. And we know that this people under the regime, they're suffering from financial problems. There might be people supporting the regime, but during the trainings that I gave, I saw many psychological, social, ideological reasons lying behind this matter. Therefore, we don't need to have the attitude of revenge. We need to embrace people. We need to address all the people. We need to include all the people, pro-regime, against regime. We need to be supporting all Syrian people because this is a Syrian nation. Maybe they are silent because of fear. And education. Education is of great significance for us. There are many Syrian people with higher education diplomas. We need to open their path. We need to keep them within the country. We need to prevent brain drain. We need to come together as Syrian people. We need to support one another. Thank you very much. Fatih Bey, as stated by Reha Hanım, I completely agree with her. We need to work together. Education is not going to be the same as it was in the past. It has to change. If we can't come up with a political solution in Syria, education is going to be even worse. Syrian society is living in a very, very bad situation. As the process goes on, the worse the environment is going to be. In some regions asked for support, but the region didn't accept it. People don't want to go and enter into the region. Therefore, unless there's a political settlement, we can't bring Syrian people together. Therefore, we need to have one center management, because if we don't have so, each region is going to have their separate and different education systems. We need to have centralized management so that we can administer the education system. Therefore, there should be one centralized government so that they can represent their rights before other countries. As stated by the other speakers, in the northern part of Syria, after the collapse of the regime, as of today, some Syrians will come to that part of Syria. We don't have any problem with those living under the regime. We need to have a total and inclusive approach. We need to find a common point. We shouldn't look for vengeance. We need to be understanding.
احنا كسوريين ونعرف شلون نقدم حالنا، نقدم واقعنا، نوصفه بشكل صحيح حتى نحسن نجيب دعم قدر الامكان يحاكي متطلبات اهلنا في الشمال السوري. امر اخر مهم، فكره مهمه، انا حقيقه كوني صار لي سنوات قبل الثوره والان تحس في النفس انه يرتبط العمل الانساني، خلينا معنيش بين قوسين بالدولار، وتصير نظره لاهلنا اللي بالمخيمات اللي هن يعانوا هاي بشكل يومي من كل جوانب الحياه، في المتطلبات الاساسيه للمعيشه، انه انت عامل منظمه فانت مو عامل انساني، انت عامل تعمل. انا هون
Sorry about the technical issue.
As people working at humanitarian aid institutions, we need to be working for our people. We need to consider their problems as our own. And we need to understand that.
These people should understand the voluntary work. We need to adopt this voluntary approach. We need to meet our daily needs, but the voluntary tasks should be understood at the humanitarian aid dimension. Humanitarian aid should be based on volunteerism. Thank you very much.
في شمال غرب سوريا، لكن للاسف بعد تجربه 3 شهور اتضح ان الموضوع
online training. They try to do so, but in the northwestern part of Syria, but after that trial, they found it to be unuseful because some students don't have the internet in their region, so it was helpful. Thank you very much, Fatih Shaban. Prof. Ahmet Bey, thank you very much. The session has been quite useful. Thank you very much. And now, be conducted under the observation of the UN. In June, you know, that election is not going to be transparent and just. Here where he talked about just election and democratic election. And Ahmet Toma, I think, underlined many important facts. The regime is convinced that they can't win the war by military forces, and in Idlib, the military resistance had that, and we know that not only the Geneva process, but Astana played an important role to set base for Geneva process. And in the second session, two important research centers, SETA and ORSAM, and their representatives, and also Numran ve Haramonus.
Mensup olduğumuz araştırma merkezleri sektörüne ilişkin olarak bence çok önemli tespitler yapıldı. Sayın Seyfan'ın ifadesinde yani Suriye muhalefetinin araştırma merkezlerinin yaptığı çalışmalardan etkin bir şekilde faydalanamadığını ifade etti. Bunun da temel nedeni olarak
said that Syrian opposition couldn't make efficient use of existing conditions because they couldn't. But we know they do a lot of great jobs. When it comes to political solution, finding a political solution to the Syrian crisis, it was really important to assume more responsibilities. All presumption of future, in fact, show different scenarios, military scenarios and political scenarios, and it can only be possible under the management of research centers. And Murat Yeşiltaş from SETA finally said that Syrian crisis can be solved with their own experiences, with their own expertise, and it's a very important topic to work on. It creates a huge opportunity for capacity development, capacity reinforcement. We have been talking about security environment in Syria, and we divided under three main titles. Opponent zone, opposition regions, Idlib, regions under Turkey's control, regions under the regime's control, etc. As far as for regions under Turkey's control, we talked about ISIS attacks, Russia's air attacks, or ballistic missile attacks. About security environment, we talked about the competition between Russia and Iran. I believe that it was also important. There is a competition between groups close to Iran and groups close to Russia. All military planning were carried out under the control of Russia, and it was also important to emphasize that. And finally, we talked about YPG region and how is their position weakening in certain parts of country. Of course, there are also some problems, some increasing problems related to security. There's also a tension, an increasing tension between the regime and Russia, and we will see how it will go in the coming times. We need to follow it up closely as a hot trend. And for parties in and out of PYD was also discussed during our sessions. We said that it was very hard for them to be successful. And today, in our second day, in our first session of our second day, we talked about the importance of the role of external actors, Turkey, USA, Russia, and Iran. We talked about the roles of each and every one of them. And the emphasis put on Iran and Russia was that even though these two seem very powerful, it will be hard for them to keep their current position. But of course, they had important successes on the field, it's a fact. Along with Biden, USA was not expected to have a significant change in their policies. This was also mentioned by one of our speakers. And maybe we can see an America trying to change it, but practically it's not going to be the case. This was also one of the opinions that was mentioned. We talked about the economic crisis in Syria as well, which was very fruitful for all of us. We talked about the value loss of Syrian currency, especially against dollar, and I can say that it was a very important data for me. I believe there was a research conducted in Damascus, and 63% of Syrians left Syria, wanted to leave Syria because of economic problems. And it showed us that the Syrian regime is suffering not only military-wise, but they also have lots of economic problems, non-military problems. And they cannot find solutions to upcoming problems or upcoming challenges. And the impact of the economy was also emphasized. YPG zones, regime zones, oil crisis, wheat and bread crisis were all hot topics that we had the chance to talk about. And finally, in our last two sessions, we have seen very bad pictures about Syria, and media was one of them, of course, because it was also a result of the authoritarian structure in the country. So appearance of alternative media came up with its own problems, and we had the chance to hear that. But it was also important to talk about. And in the final session, we had the chance to talk from the humanitarian and social aspect of Syrian crisis. We had the chance to hear the experts talk about it. People fleeing from regime attacks and the humanitarian tragedy that we witness is really important. And we had the chance to hear that there are great efforts put into realizing some movies, documentaries, series. So when it comes to education, we heard that this situation is quite hopeful because the universities kept their presence. So these were the titles
Katılımcılara çok teşekkür
able to detect so far, and I would like to thank once again all of our speakers and of course all of our participants. In the coming days, we are going to share a brief information note on our website about the outcomes of this symposium, and you can also follow it from there. So I'm going to leave the floor to our President Ahmet Uysal, and I would like to thank you all once again. Your microphone is off, sir. You need to turn your microphone on. Maybe you can warn him because his microphone is off.
I want to thank the Oytun and our ORSAM team for bringing such a quality speakers and participants together. And I think it's a very timely discussion, and we need more of this engagement also with the Syrian side, with not only Turkey, but also the whole global community, national community needs to hear about Syrian, revolution and Syrian aspirations for a better future, for a dignified lifestyle, because they deserve that. And we are happy to have such a valuable group of speakers, from the head of National Coalition to Mr. Ahmet Toma. I mean, I don't want to mention all of the names, but honestly, we from think tanks and all media representatives, from civil society to also academicians, both sides, from both Turkish and Syrian sides, and humanitarian aspects especially is still a major issue, and we need to pay attention that these communities, don't suffer more, because the Syrians suffered enough so far, and they deserve a better life, like everybody else in the world. And Turkey will be supporting the Syrian cause because it's a just cause. Turkey does not do like the Western countries, like lip service, saying good things but not doing enough, or crocodile tears that we see sometimes from Western leaders and intellectuals. Turkey is very sincere about defending Syrian people, and we see their fate. We live together for more than 1,000 years, and our fate is tied together. And we know, French colonization divided Syria previously, and now there are also plans to divide Syria, and we are against that because enough from divisions ethnically or sectarian wise, or other divisions does not serve anybody. And we feel strongly about the future of Syria, and they deserve better. Maybe global community forget about Syrian sufferings and Syrian demands, but we as a think tank, as a also academicians and as intellectuals, we did not forget about Syrian future, and it was of course the picture is not as bright, but as long as we are here, we will defend the rights of Syrians for a better future. And I mean, Turkey is there. The difference between Yemenis or Egyptian or Libyan, of course, Turkey stands with them later on. But at least the fortunate part for the Syrians, they had a neighbor that can refer to, or that can I mean rely on. And of course, we need more discussion and more projects for the. We don't know when the Syrian crisis will end, but more interaction, more engagement, more cooperation. Also, maybe the working for the future and working for a better project to combine between both Syrian and Turkish side for the youth, try to make a common perspective for future, and also see the Syrians present in Turkey not as a burden but as a gain, as a mutual benefit for both sides. I think we can do more, and especially civil society also can play a major role, from think tanks to the NGOs and universities, and we are following, and we are willing to cooperate in these areas more. And of course, I don't want to keep, it was a long symposium, lasted 2 days, and you are all tired, but I benefited from all these discussions. As ORSAM, we also do programs for Syrians and for Arabs, for non-Turkish youth here in Turkey, and we also value the mind brainstorming and also discussing different aspects. I think knowledge is the key, and as a think tank, we try to fill this gap. Of course, we are living in hard times with Corona and all these global changes and skirmishes and all this upheaval. But as long as we trust each other, we can do better. And I'm optimistic in side. And I also know that Syrian people are decent people. They want to live their own decent life with dignity. They don't want to be burdened on anybody. Not in Turkey, also in the West, are trying to gain their livelihood without depending on anybody. But sometimes they need help. They need support. Not only financial support, the moral support also is very important, and we try to. And we need also more. I think the media representatives also mentioned, but I want to underline one more time that the cause for Syrian revolution, main reasons and suffering that the Syrian people lived, go through, and is not very well understood in global community. I think we can do as intellectuals, as media, as other groups, NGOs, we can do more to explain why these people, why no other regime are not bombing its own people except the Bashar Assad, and I think we can do more on this, and we need. And as a conclusion, we will compile these findings, these suggestions, all this, and we will also come up with a detailed report of these discussions, and these discussions will not go away, and it will be used and benefited from them, inshallah, from both sides. Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Oytun, for coming up with, and Mr. Dr. Samir, and our Syrian and Levantine studies team, coming up with such a powerful gathering, and inshallah we will continue the same way. the upcoming. Thank you again and have a nice day. Thank you.